people at the door in the back. Here on the left-hand side is also more seats and more space. Good morning, everyone. Very welcome to the 50th annual AGM open session of NAFA. It's a great pleasure to see all the people doing the effort to attend the meeting here, and yeah, it's to make it a success and to take our hunting forward. I want to start off by introducing the musician group that made this wonderful music this morning for us, waking us up and getting us on the go. And to give you a little bit of background on them, it's the Onduga Cultural Group. They were formed in 1997. The group is a dancing group comprising of 12 members. The dancers represent their ethnic diversity, such as dances by women, Thanksgiving dance, rain dance, healing ritual dance, and then the bushman hunting, for hunting animals and stuff. In 2011, they won the most popular group award at the 6th Sabah International Folklore Festival that took place in Borneo, Malaysia. This was the first time that Namibia had participated in the festival, which saw 19 countries from around the world participating, with Egypt and Namibia representing Africa. In 2013, the group won a Pan-African Dance Festival award in the Best Vocal and Dance Group category. The 8th edition of the festival, aimed at showcasing different cultures through singing and dancing, was hosted in Rwanda, where 11 African countries participated. So yeah, guys, it's great to have you here and to be part of our meeting today. Thank you for attending. And we going to start by the national anthem, and I would like you all to stand up and raise up to the national anthem of Namibia. Thank you very much. They're also going to do a U anthem for us as well. Much. Thank you for the Nunga group. It was, you know, you can see you guys have the real talent for it, and thank you very much. Appreciate it. Well, next up we're going to ask Neil Skok to open up for us with scripture and stuff. I first want to give you a little bit of background about Niels. He was born in Marintal, Namibia. Niels, I was also came from Marintal, so yeah, from the south. Niels moved with his family to Bloemfontein in South Africa. During this early childhood, he pursued theological studies in South Africa and has dedicated his life to working as a minister. In 2019, Niels and his wife returned to Namibia to reconnect with his heritage. Captivated by the beauty of his birth country, they decided to make Namibia their permanent home. Niels subsequently established a church in Okahania, where he continues his ministry. Niels, it's great to have you here, and we're looking forward to the message you're bringing us. I think, you know, this is where everything starts in life and where everything ends. So, Niels, thank you very much.
introduction. I'd just like to quote one or two scriptures. I was thinking about a scripture in 1 Timothy 6 and verse 12. He makes this funny statement, and he says, fight the good fight of faith. I just want to say thank you for the opportunity. But I was thinking about this, fighting the good fight of faith. And let's just keep it real and realize our faith are sometimes challenged. You know, Paul speaks to a young pastor, Timothy, and he's mentoring him. And this young pastor is going through a couple of challenges. And like all of us, sometimes you ask questions about your faith. Are you sure about that? And I want to make it easier, because many times it happens. That's the reality. We don't live in a bubble. The reality is that when it's challenged, we need to pause for a moment. In South Africa, they use a word that says, hambagash, wag 'n bietjie, kom ons stap 'n bietjie stadig. Let's just think about this. And realizing you have to believe in something, because you know, faith is this mysterious thing. You know, the Bible talks about an unseen thing, something you can't see. So that makes it tough to believe in something you can't see. That's not how we are geared. So when we do that, and we go through these faith challenges, the first thing we need to do is, number one, do we believe in a person? Because faith starts in believing in a person. And in my religious background, as a Christian, my faith starts in believing in Jesus Christ. And when you believe in Him, and you've clarified that, then you start believing in His word, what He says. You know, like somebody tells you something, you have to trust that individual, and then when he says something, you have to believe it. And that's a bit of a challenge. I've been in Namibia now for a year and 7 months. And what an interesting, challenging, awesome experience. I'm looking for better words. Living most of my life in South Africa. I was born in Marita. I understand they call it stofbakkies. Okay. That was a bit of a shocking thing to say. But I lived as a baby, so I don't know the country. But there's always been an unction, you know, like somewhere along the line, I'm going to find my way to Namibia. And like he just said, I found my way here, ministering as a pastor for over 30 years, ministering to 4 different churches in South Africa, know South Africa, and suddenly stepping into Namibia. What an awesome country, but what a challenging country. Suddenly I realized there's things that is different than South Africa. The first thing is, for example, in today's context, is you know, hunting and tourism is a huge thing. Different political climates, and another one is water. Metsi, they say in Sotho in South Africa. Water and rain. And I've made some friends here in the last year and 7 months since I was in Namibia. And I realized that is a huge challenge. And every time there's a problem, they need to they contact them and says, let's pray for rain. And I realized it's much bigger. You know, you take it for granted when you're in South Africa. But when you're in Namibia, it's a different challenge. And a couple of these things that I mentioned. What keeps us going is our hope. Hope is for the future, but faith is for now. If you don't have faith, you're going to struggle with your hope. I want to conclude with a scripture and a prayer and to take up this challenge. You know, the Bible says, God says, He's the same yesterday, today, and forever. He will come through. Sometimes we think, where is God? Just keep the faith. Because there was a man and his boy, the Bible says he had a mute spirit in Mark 9, verse 23 and 24. He had a mute spirit. And he brought this boy to Jesus. He says, your disciples couldn't heal him. And Jesus makes this profound statement and he says, all things are possible for them that believe. I said, well, thank you for that, but, you know, but the man makes the statement and he says, I believe, help me in my unbelief. What is he saying? He says, I believe in who you are, who you say you are. I believe that. But I'm struggling to sometimes believe your promises. I'm struggling sometimes to believe your words. And isn't that our life sometimes? That we are challenged. My word of encouragement to you today is keep the faith. If I think back over the years, I'm 58, and I've been walking with God since 1977. And I've seen times where you think it's impossible. When I think back and I look back, I've realized God came through. He's the same. He will come through. Just keep the faith. So that'll be my prayer in agreement with all of you today. It is an honor and a privilege to stand in front of you today. To pray this prayer that says, Lord, I believe. Help us in our unbelief. Amen. So let's just, you can sit like this and we can just pray. Heavenly Father, I pray in the name of the Lord Jesus, the Christ of God, that as we come to you, looking unto Jesus, the author and the finisher of our faith, we say we believe who you are. You are our God. You are God incarnate. You are the firstborn Son of the living God. We don't have a problem with that. But sometimes the promises. And Lord, there's challenges, but we know it's not overcomable because we know if God before us, challenge. I pray that as we come together as a group of people discussing this awesome organization, making a difference in Namibia, that you would impart them with wisdom and guidance by the Holy Spirit in this conference of 2 days. Thank you, my Father. You have our unbelief. I pray this in the wonderful name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you very much, Niels. I think it's something we all can take today with us, you know, to have faith. Even though there's drought, you know, Niels, we all have to have faith that the Lord will come through for us. Yeah, so on that note, we have a lot of stuff to work through today. I want to ask the NAFA President, Mr. Axel Kramer, to come forward and
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Master of Ceremonies, and maybe I want to take the opportunity to formally introduce Mr. Louis Kotze. He's our Master of Ceremonies. He's doing it for the first time. Thank you, Louis, for stepping up and doing it for us. Yeah, good morning, everybody. Welcome to our 50th Annual General Meeting. Most of you know me. For those who don't, my name is Axel Kramer. I'm the President of NAFA, Master of Ceremonies. I especially would like to welcome and recognize the presence of the Deputy Lieutenant General, Inspector General Shikongo from the Namibian Police Force, Deputy Minister Eva Sibungo, the Commissioner of Shikongo at Airport Security, also from NAMPOL, and also from Firearms, Commissioner Shikongo, Director of Tourism and Gambling, Sebulon Shikalo from NEFT, our guest note speaker, Dr. Kevin Robinson, Mr. Hannes Siege from the CIC German delegation, and Mr. John McLuhan, the SCI President, Ralf Müller, Kickoff Vice President, Lars Chris Pritz, the President of the Nordic Safari Club, then Mr. Jan Hüfmeyer from Jagdzeit International, John and Chrissy Jackson from Conservation Force, Dr. Robbie Krüger from Blood Oranges, Isaac Theophilis from the Botswana Wildlife Producers Association, Adi Kitzer-Boter from the Custodians, Lisanne Mel from SI Hunters, Tony DeBrain from FASA, as well as Charles van Rooyen from FASA, Wolfgang Ursula Holzinger, Dr. Clemens van Doderer from the CIC Namibian delegation, and Mr. Tinus Pretorius, the President of the Namibia Agricultural Union, Jaco van Wyk, also from the Namibia Agricultural Union, as well as Uli Venter, the CEO of Namibia Agricultural Union, Mrs. Marina Lamprecht, the NAFA historical speaker, the various staff members from our Ministry of Environment, Forestry and Tourism, members of the media, fellow members, spouses and friends of NAFA, ladies and gentlemen, I hope I've got it covered. My message today is the story of 50 years of conservation hunting in our country. It is the story of NAFA's formation and a manifesto for a global Namibian hunting organization. Being in harmony with nature, animals and humanity, NAFA is based on a deeply rooted conviction that humans, nature and animals can exist in harmonious balance if we all recognize our responsibility and act with dedication. In a world increasingly threatened by alienation and destruction, we strive to return to the roots of our connection to the earth. We rely on our value system by building a bridge between humans and nature, based on respect, responsibility, and wisdom. Camaraderie is the formation of our community. This is not just a loose association of like-minded people, but a deep, sincere friendship between people dedicated to a higher cause. It is of no coincidence that hunting brings us together, but an expression of an ancient human instinct to act, share and learn together. Nature is more than just a backdrop to our existence. It is our origin, our food, our home. Respect for nature means that we realize our deep dependence on the earth. Nature does not exist for us, but we are part of a complex system that we must preserve. This respect is not a passive feeling, but an active attitude that guides us. It is the constant contemplation of the beauty of the bush, the grace of the animals, the stillness of the wind, and the relentless sun. With respect comes the responsibility to act as guardians of this earth. Hunting for NAFA is an expression of responsibility. It is the harmony between man, animal, and nature. We do not hunt out of greed or lust, but out of a deep connection with the natural balance. Ethical hunting requires discipline, humility, and a deep understanding of our role in nature. We do not operate in isolation, but globally, and in every region in which we are present, we recognize the measurable value of local communities. They are the custodians of the land, their traditions, and their wisdom. Our aim is to work with these individuals and communities to develop a deep understanding of our conservation hunting concept. The respect we show them strengthens the partnership and trust we build. This mutual respect is the basis of a long-lasting cooperation that ensures not only the preservation of nature, but the well-being of communities. Only by working together can we ensure that nature and our good reputation in conservation management are successful in the long term. For me, very close to my heart, the most beautiful trophies that we take with us from nature are not those material possessions, but the memories, the moments that touch us deep inside. Memories are trophies. These moments in nature, sitting around the campfire and listening to the sounds of the night, the awakening of the morning in the bush, resting under the camel thorn tree to escape the burning midday sun. These are the true treasures that we should keep. They connect us to the deepest essence of life and remind us why we do what we love. In these moments we realize that hunting is not the goal, but the path to a deeper understanding of nature and ourselves. We carry these memories with us, and it's these memories that drive us again and again to protect nature and life in all fullness. Our commitment to nature and the communities in which we operate must be based on a solid economic foundation. For us, profitability means not only financial success, but the ability to operate sustainably without depleting our resources or harming people in nature. If our work bears fruit, if nature thrives and the communities benefit, when we have created a sustainable structure that allows us to work on future projects with joy and vigor. Only if all those involved, nature, our game animals, the local people in their respective communities, and ourselves are successful, can we ensure that our work is sustainable in the long term. Profitability means that we act on just in that moment, but for the future. We serve a higher mission, the preservation of life in all its diversity. Friendship in our organization means putting our own needs aside in order to stand up for the good of the whole. Only when we truly understand and support each other, we can achieve great things. Our manifesto should be more than just a set of instructions. It is a call to look at nature, game and people with renewed respect. It calls us to take our responsibilities as custodians of this earth seriously and to act in harmony with life. Hunting as we understand it is the path to harmony with ourselves, with our game and with our bush. Let us walk this path together. And I just want to close off saying Weidmannsheil and God bless and wish you all the best and thank you for today's attendance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Axel, for the nice words there. And so yeah, next up we're gonna basically start with the sponsorships. Axel, do you want to carry on with them also, or can I just proceed with them? Testing.
Hello? 1, 2. So without our sponsors and our stakeholders, this event will not be possible. And I just want to name our thing not in alphabetical order. We have various categories of sponsors. Our game field sponsor category is Kickoff International, Jamie Cloud Safaris. We do have Jagdzeit International, Safari Club International, the Dallas Safari Club. Then we have our gold sponsors, this is First Class Trophy. Then we have Kovas Adventure Safaris, Omuyeva Hunting Safaris together with RSN Hunting Safaris. Then we have Okondura North. Then we do have our silver sponsors, which is Holland Namibia. We have Roland Ward. We do have Sports Field. Then the Messe Dortmund, RX Salzburg, Shepherd's Tree Safaris. Then we have 4-1 Kiwi. We have Susi, Rhino Sanctuary Namibia, Mr. Robert Braubach, Ochirusa Hunting Safaris. Then we must move over to our bronze sponsors. We do have FNB, Tactical Sports, Namibia Hunting Destination, African Hunting Gazette. We do have Events Unlimited, Namib Adventure, Namibia Safari CC, Eldorado Lodge and Camping. Then we have Trophäendienste, Namibia Safari Services, Elena Rausch. Our conservation sponsors is IFN, Net Insurance, Bergsif Game and Lodge, Comic and Frank, Fly Namibia, Hunting Namibia, Mr. Udo Ebach, Mr. Robin Hurt, Zaris Safaris. We do have Hot Air Ballooning Namibia. We do have African Extravaganza. We do have Kondana Collection in Buffalo, Namibia. And we do have certificate sponsors, Olive Grove Safari Lodge, Stoffpad Namibia. We do have Nakara, and we do have Dr. Kevin Robertson. We do have Bon Appetit Natural Meat Products, and we do have Namib. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Axel, and to all the sponsors. And without you guys, none of this is possible. And yeah, it plays a big role in our industry and in our organization. So thank you very much all the sponsors again. And yeah, you guys deserve a big applause to yourself.
Then obviously, before we continue with our proceedings, we have a memorial table in front, and we also want to share a moment of silence for those members and hunting professionals and associates who passed away this year. And Christine, would we just maybe on that, I just want to, just want to say that we have lost a valuable one of our EXCO members, Mr. Royce Wright, passed on the beginning of his year. In his memorial, we just want to play a short video on him.
Okay, I think like everybody else, the rainfall has been negligible at best. Being a farmer is not the easiest job in the world, to put it mildly. But despite that, we're still here, we're still doing it. We've been here before. We've gone through the droughts of 2019, 2018, 2017. That was not the first drought we've ever been through. There have been plenty of droughts before that, and there will still be plenty of droughts to come. Despite the fact that there have been so many droughts and all the other challenges farmers face, we're still here. We haven't quit. So now is not the time to start quitting either. Namibia is an extremely dry country. I think we all know that. We are prone to droughts, and we are going to get progressively more prone to droughts as the years go by. And that has to be factored in when you start looking at your grazing capacity. You have to be careful of overgrazing to prevent bush encroachment. And remember, a farmer's value or his worth or his riches is not determined by the amount of cattle or sheep or goats that he has. It's determined by the soil that he has under his feet and the grass that grows in that soil. So manage your herds of cattle, goats, sheep, wildlife judiciously. Make certain your bush encroachment is kept to a minimum. Have a good look at the types of grasses you have and the nutritional value of the grasses you have, and nurture the high value climax grasses as much as possible. Watch out for soil erosion. Once your grazing's been chewed up and a rainfall does come, a cloudburst, it washes your topsoil away, and that's where all your food for your grass is at. I've lost 40% of my farm due to a fire. That 40% is now barren. There's no grass growing. There will be no grass growing there this year. So basically, I am up that creek without a paddle, and the banjo just started playing. But despite that fact, I'm still here. And no matter how tough it's going with you guys, it's always going tougher with somebody else. Remember that. You are not alone in this. I'm in trouble, you're in trouble, we're all in trouble. So don't think you've got to fight this thing on your own. That is why the NAU is here, and that is why we are here as a farming community to work together with one another, to support one another, even if it is just emotionally. But the main thing is, I think, when you are faced with your back to the wall, you think you're in it by yourself. You're not. There are hundreds of us out there that are in exactly the same boat, and they know exactly how you feel, because we're there too.
believing in some of the same ideals, being on hunts together, sharing a booth together for many years in the at the Dortmund convention. I don't want to read it here now, you can read it there, but I will just wrap up what comes to my mind now. I still met Felix a few days before he left for Cameroon, where he then tragically passed away due to an infection of typhus. Felix, if I'm asked who Felix was, I would first and foremost mention that he was a true fine hunter. He was a lover of all that of Africa that is really original. As such, he also faced all the dangers that the hunters of old had to face when traveling around in Africa. He was not only hunting in Namibia, he was hunting all over Africa and even abroad. He was mauled by a buffalo quite some years ago, very badly. He barely survived that incident. He told me a story when he was pulling a boat to the shore on some island in Zambia with a friend, and suddenly a big crocodile, the head of a big crocodile came from the river next to them. He had a very cold, horrible fear in that moment, but the crocodile somehow had miscalculated its attack, or was hesitant in the last moment and sank back into the water. He also told me recently that a buffalo had eyed him in the rainforests of Central Africa, a red forest buffalo, in such a way that he feared that the buffalo would bring about his end. But there are other dangers for those of us traveling in the wilds. As I said, he was infected with typhus in the rainforest, and he had a really miserable end there. So it is very sad to lose a friend that was much or quite younger than myself. He was like a younger brother to me. We shared many times, and he often approached me for advice and some more other things. So we will dearly miss him, but he was not only a hunter, he was also a very decent person. He was a really decent character, not a model boy. He was a really decent character when it counted. And he was a person you always could rely on when some help, some assistance was needed. So with that, I would like to close on that, and I would once again say, we dearly miss Felix. Rest in peace, my friend. Thank you, Axel.
Thank you, Kai-Uwe, for that. And I just want to also recognize the presence of the Executive Director, Mr. Theophilus Mbitula. And then I just want to mention also the passing of Mr. Gert van der Walt, although he wasn't a member, but he was a dedicated hunting professional in our midst. And then I also want to mention Henk Stradom and then John Paul. And I think it's quite good that we just give a moment of silence for those. If you just thank you. You may be seated.
Well, today we have a very special guest speaker attending us, and I think he's in every hunting household, nearly like the Bible, I would say. You know, all of us grew up with it, reading it. All of our hunters, our clients have it. You know, I want to say he doesn't need any introduction into the hunting world. He's a guy with a lot of knowledge, and he's Dr. Kevin Robertson, known as Dr. He's a veterinarian expert in African wildlife management with over 40 years of experience. A graduate of the University of Pretoria's Onderstepoort Veterinary Facility, he has focused his career on the ethical management and conservation of African wildlife. An accomplished author, Dr. Robertson is best known for the book The Perfect Shot, which provides detailed guidance on shot placement for African big game. The book is a trusted resource for hunters aiming to practice ethical and effective hunting. Dr. Robertson's expertise in African wildlife has earned him respect for both conservationists and hunters, furthering efforts in responsible wildlife management and conservation. Dr. Kevin Robertson, I'd like to welcome you, and the floor is yours, and we're looking forward to what you are going to share with us today, and it's an honor and a privilege to have you here with us today, and thank you for taking the time.
Goeiemôre almal. Congratulations, Nafa. 50 years is a significant period in our fast-paced modern world. For over 5 decades, NAFA has developed a solid reputation for sticking to an arrow straight path, characterized by an enviable ethical code and a firm stance on some of the wildlife industry's more controversial topics. This stance and these attitudes are examples of why you are respected, and for this you are to be congratulated. I urge NAFA to stick to this winning formula and not to deviate from it. Axel asked me to share some of my experiences, the more unusual ones, about the creating of The Perfect Shot. The Perfect Shot was a 4-year dedicated effort of love and dedication. It was written in the 1990s, and in those days it was film cameras only. There were no cell phones, there was no internet, and there was the threat of foot-and-mouth disease. I made absolutely sure that my anatomical pictures or the diagrams in The Perfect Shot had to be as perfect as possible. I do realize, and I do admit, that I did cheat a little bit. It's extremely hard to get the proper anatomy of an elephant. In Letaba Game Reserve and Letaba Camp in Kruger National Park, there's a fully mounted elephant. And I made the effort to drive all the way to Kruger just to get some photographs of that elephant so I could do my elephant picture. Trying to get the detailed anatomy of the black rhino was the next challenge. I managed to find a fully mounted black rhino skeleton at the University of Zimbabwe in the veterinary department, and I made the effort to photograph that in great detail so that the anatomy is perfect. A white rhino was the next challenge, and I found a skeleton of a white rhino in the anatomy department of the University of Natal in there. So I drove all the way to Pietermaritzburg to photograph that white rhino. At my veterinary school in Onderstepoort, there was a fully mounted horse skeleton which I cheated and adapted to do my zebra photograph, or my zebra pictures. But when it came to crocodile, I was stumped. I had no experience with crocodiles, and I thought, how the hell am I going to get a crocodile anatomy? At veterinary school, crocodiles were not covered in the course that I did, so I was stumped. Then I suddenly had thought the bright idea, hell, I'm going to go and get myself a crocodile. So I went to the Kariba, Lake Kariba. There was a crocodile farm, and I went down there and I had a meeting with the manager, and I said, no, listen, I really need to buy a crocodile. So the guy said, yeah, sure. In the breeding pen, there's a female there that she's not doing very well, she's a bit runty, and you can buy her. So okay, so I gave him some bucks. And then I thought, hell, what do I do now? He didn't want me to shoot this crocodile in his breeding pen, so I was stunned. So we made a plan, we got a bit of rope, and we put a piece of chicken on the end of the rope and a lasso, and we managed to lasso this crocodile by his lower jaw and drag it out of this pen. And with crocodiles, they roll, and it was a real commerce anyway. At the crocodile farm at Kariba, there's a massive blast freezer, because the crocodile farm they offer a service where all the elephants hunted in the Zambezi Valley, they will come and skin your elephant and take out the tusks as long as you give them the meat, which they then freeze, and that's how they feed the crocodile. So I suddenly had a brainwave. We took this poor old crocodile and we dragged it into the blast freezer. I tied it to a post in the middle of the blast freezer, slammed the door and went away with a very bad conscience. 12 hours later, this poor crocodile was as frozen as solid as a surfboard. So I wrapped it up in brown paper, and I was really worried that, crocodiles have this reputation of coming alive again, and I thought, hell, is this thing, when it thaws out, is it going to come alive again? So I wrapped it in blankets and put ice around it and drove like hell to the nearest town, which was Karoi, the town where I lived. And it happened to be a Saturday morning, very busy, and there was old Jimmy the Greek at a butcher shop in the African part of town. And I walked into his butcher shop with this crocodile wrapped up in brown paper like it was a surfboard under my arm. And he said, "What the hell have you got there?" And I said, "Geez, don't even ask me, just cut this thing in half," so, without even unwrapping it, because his shop was full of the local indigenous people. I thought they would be horrified if they saw me unwrap a crocodile in the middle of the butcher shop. So with his bandsaw, we just cut this crocodile in half, and then I had 2 pieces of a crocodile, and from that I was able to create my very detailed crocodile anatomy diagram. So if you do ever have a look at that picture in the perfect shot, you'll understand the amount of effort that went into securing that. My next story is, as the book was nearing completion, now it was the end of 4 years, my wife and I, we took all the photographs for the book, and she was some of you have met her, she's an absolutely amazing woman. We said, what we're going to do to get a cover photograph, and my dear wife said, "Oh man, let's go and get a picture of a charging lion." And at the time that sounded like a very clever plan. So in Pools, which was only a couple of hours drive from our farm in Zim, at the base of the escarpment, there's a place called Chitaki. It's a very famous spring, and in the dry times of the year, it's the only water in a huge area of the Pools. And at the spring, there's a resident lion pride, because Chitaki is to the lions what McDonald's is to every American. And in that lion pride, there was an old lioness, and there was a safari guide by the name of Steve Pope. He used to do walking safaris at Chitaki, and he said, "No, there's this old lioness, and she'll give you what he called a snot squirt." So that sounded like a fine plan. So Steve and Kath and I went down. We spent the night at Chitaki. The next morning, we got up and we drove around till we found the tracks of this pride of lions, and we tracked them. Steve had his 458, I had my Swarovski binoculars, and Kath, my wife, in those days had a semi-professional full Canon camera. And this Canon camera had a function called motor drive, where you could just take photographs. It would take 4 frames per second. And it was very advanced because it had an autofocus lens. And there's a function on those cameras called AV mode, and that means that as the lens focuses, it takes a picture. So theoretically, you can stand in a road and have a car coming towards you, and you can just take a series of photographs, and hopefully those photographs will all be in focus. So we eventually found this part of lion. It was midday, they were all lying in some sort of scrub mapani, all sleeping, and a discreet cough, and one of the young lions woke up and saw us standing there, and they all just, with a grunt, all of them disappeared, but this old lioness just lies on the ground growling at you. It sounds like an old V8 hot rod where they've got a hole in its silencer. So old Steve says, "Listen, okay, what we have to do, we have to intimidate her. On the count of 3, we're all going to take 1 step forward." And he said, "Listen, if you run, you're dead. You just she's going to stop right in front of us. You just have to stare her down." So I thought, okay, yeah. But I was much bigger than old Steve Pope and Kath, my wife. And that old lioness, she just locked her eyes onto me like 2 laser beams. Anyway, so I said to Kathy, "Ready? Okay. 1, 2, 3, and we take her 1 step forward." That was a dumb thing to do, because the revs went up, that tail goes once, twice, and she just bloody comes through. Yes! But I was big, and she locked those eyes, and I don't know if you've ever seen being in the stare of a lion. Those eyes don't blink. And those eyes can see your pupil, I promise you. They go right through. That line is, he stopped in front of me so much, so quickly with that, like that the stones came up and, the stones came up and hit the camera. Anyway, she just growled at us and then she disappeared. My God. I tell you, that was the dumbest thing I've done in my life. I was standing holding my bloody binoculars. And I looked around at old Steve Pope and I noticed he had a bloody crappy Remington 1100 rifle, and somewhere along the way the bolt had fallen out. So he's standing there with no bolt in his rifle. Anyway, we had this fantastic, this very precious film camera. So 7 hours back to Harare to go and get this film developed. And there are 3 photographs. And the last one, which would be very impressive, the dust came up and the damn autofocus lens focused on the dust, so that photograph is out of focus. So my dear wife says, oh man, geez, that's a pity, but let's go and do that again. I said, you must be flipping crazy. And so that is why the original Perfect Shot has got a picture of a buffalo on the cover, because we couldn't get a line. But I made amends in the revised edition. It's now that there's a picture of a lion looking at very glaringly at you, and that's the reason why this revised version has a lion on it in honor for that occasion when I thought that's got to be the plot of the dumbest thing that I've done in my life. So the next 50 years are going to bring significant challenges to the hunting, wildlife and conservation world. In the short term, things are about to get both exciting and hectic for you Namibians now that old dear Donald is going to be President of the United States for the next 5 years, or 4 years. When I left Texas a few years ago, it was buzzing with excitement. The general feeling is that there is electric. The whole mood of that great state has changed. Everyone is confident the economy will bounce back strongly, and for you guys this means one thing. The Americans will have the money and the confidence to come and hunt in Namibia. So hold on to your hats, you Namibians. Make sure your Jack Russells are fed, because I predict 2025 is going to be a cracker for you guys. I just hope the current drought does not affect your wildlife too drastically, and there will be enough demand for what is sure to come. Looking deeper into my crystal ball, I see major challenges ahead, not only for Namibia, but for Africa as a whole. The most significant, I believe, is the fact that Africa's population is exploding. Maybe this will not affect Namibia too badly, but it will for Africa's prime hunting destinations. Over time, this explosion will eventually even affect the continent's most remote destinations. Keeping such areas wild and pristine is going to be a significant challenge. My next concern is Southern Africa's massive elephant overpopulation problem and the environmental damage they are causing. In some areas have already reached post-nuclear war conflict proportions. That this has been allowed to happen is equally disturbing, indicating to me that modern day society has lost direction and, more disturbingly, common sense. Something must be corrected when uneducated public sentiment and emotions has more clout than science and decades of conservation experience. As elephants and human numbers grow, it is inevitable that there will be an escalation in human-wildlife conflict, where in the minds of the liberals, the rights of animals now seem to take preference over Homo sapiens. I know no solution to this problem. Maintaining genetic diversity is going to be the next challenge. Continually shooting the biggest and the best trophies over the long term is not sustainable. Your age-based trophy assessment is, and I give it for my full support. What makes Namibia unique is its vast open areas of unparalleled scenic beauty. This is your greatest asset. You must keep it that way. Resist the temptation for more and more high fences. Allow the wildlife to move. Instead of fencing them in, create the right environment where they will feel safe and unthreatened. I've just spent 2 memorable days with Robin and Pauline Hurt on their impressive Consberg branch. To be able to drive all day, not see a fence, only abundant wildlife, still in excellent condition despite the drought, brought home to me why Namibia is such a sought-after destination for foreign hunters. Your challenge will be to ensure that this does not change over the decades. I say all this because Southern Africa has a competitor on the horizon, which could threaten your livelihoods in the not too distant future. And this threat is the Texas exotic wildlife industry. And you need to know about it because it could eventually affect you at some stage down the road. I'm involved in this industry, so I know quite a bit about it. Texas has become the world's Noah's Ark. At this point in time, there are already 5,000 high-fence exotic ranches in Texas. There are 1.6 million head of exotic animals in Texas as it currently stands. 140 different species. All the species that occur in Namibia are already in Texas in abundant numbers. They are thriving. There are kempstock, there is everything. The only species that I've never seen in Texas is the red hartebeest. We have 72-inch kudu there. We have the technology. For example, in Austin at the moment, if your beloved dog is nearing the end of its life and you cannot to see yourself living without it, you can take a skin sample, which is a piece of skin about the size of a grain of rice, and $10,000, and you get your dog back as a 6-week-old puppy. That's reality. We have the genetics of a 72-inch kudu bull that we are currently working on cloning this bull. We have an abundance of eland. Eland are going to be the suppliers of the oocytes. We are ready, or it is ready, they are cultivating the fibroblasts from the 72-inch kudu bull. The nucleuses from those fibroblasts will be put into eggs from eland. Those eggs will be planted back into eland, and those eland will be producing 72-inch kudu bulls. We are doing the same with bongo. We are also cloning gravy zebra. There was a huge population of gravy zebra, or not a huge, a couple hundred gravy zebra in Texas. There are only a few hundred left in the wild. And to preserve those genetics, there are plans afoot to be using mules as the recipients, and those mules will eventually be having gravy foals. I tell you all this because for some reason, I don't know what, if sometimes down the road things go wrong in this country and all of a sudden it's not attractive for the Texans to come and hunt the species they want to fill their trophy rooms, there's an alternative market waiting in the wings to take up the slack. So please keep that on the back of your minds and keep Namibia the way it is, because it's a wonderful destination, and let's hope it's going to remain like this for the next 50 years. 50 years. I thank you all for your time and your generosity. It's wonderful to be back and to see wonderful friends, and I wish you all the best for your next 50 years.
Kevin, we quickly just want to hand a gift over to you. It's thank you for a great speech and sharing your knowledge with us. You know, we learn something every day, you know, and you have so much knowledge that you can share with us. We appreciate that, you know. It's awesome to have someone like you in the industry and to care for it and share it with us. Thank you very much.
My pleasure. Let's hope it's a nice bottle of scotch. I'll share it. If anybody has any questions at some stage, I'm more than happy to answer. We've got lots to talk about, and I've got lots to talk about tomorrow as well.
So Kevin, thank you very much. I actually don't like that you have in Texas so much of our African game. Now seriously, that just gives us a clear message that we should upkeep our good name in Namibia. We should do everything in our power to protect the hunting in this country. So, Kevin, I hope that you don't I know, thank you for the background on that one, but we will do our level best that we keep our hunting Namibia open and clean as it was in the last 50 years. Just a gesture from us. You will have a presentation tomorrow, but for today, thank you very much and making the time available for us.
It's a pleasure. If this is a bottle of scotch, it's a bloody small one.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Again, okay, next up I would like to welcome the Executive Director, Theophilus Nkula, for the official opening of the AGM.
Thank you very much. A very good morning to all of you. Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Theophilus Nkula. I'm the ED for Minister of Environment, Forestry and Tourism, your good partner. In fact, I'm standing here this morning to read a statement for the Deputy Minister, Honorable Hida, Deputy Minister of Environment, Forestry and Tourism, who unfortunately is not able to be with us, but he has delegated me to read her statement on her behalf, and I will do just that. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pride that I join you today to celebrate a momentous occasion, the 50th anniversary of Namibia Professional Hunting Association. This milestone is not just a testament for NAFA dedication to conservation through ethical hunting, but also a reflection of Namibia's broader commitment to sustainable wildlife management and environmental stewardship. Over the past 5 decades, Namibia has become a global leader in conservation, a journey made possible through partnerships like the one between the Ministry of Environment, Forestry and Tourism and the NAFA. Together, we have demonstrated that conservation and development are not mutually exclusive, but can thrive hand in hand. Since its inception, MEFT has been at the forefront of environmental conservation and sustainable tourism development. Our achievements over the past decades are milestones that complement NAFA's contribution from the creation of Mudumo, Kasarupara, and the Bwabwata National Parks to the declaration of Dorop National Parks. Namibia stands proud as the first country to protect its entire coastal line through National Parks Network. These protected areas not only safeguard our ecosystems, but also provide critical habitat for wildlife, ensuring survival for generations to come. Community involvement has been central to our success. Since the introduction of conservation legislation in 1996, the Community-Based Natural Resource Management Program has empowered local communities to establish conservancies, granting them rights to manage and benefit from wildlife and tourism. Today, Namibia is home to a thriving network of 84 conservancies, creating sustainable livelihood and fostering a shared responsibility for conservation. Our regional efforts, such as Kavango Zambezi Transfrontier Conservation Areas, further illustrates the power of collaboration. Spanning 5 countries, this initiative not only strengthened biodiversity conservation, but also promote regional unity and sustainable tourism development. Namibia's commitment, such as transboundary efforts, underscores our role as a leader in conservation diplomacy. NAFA has been an invaluable partner in this effort through initiatives like the Young Hunters Committee, the Taxidermy and Shipping Agent Group, and the upskilling of previous disadvantaged Namibians. NAFA ensures that Namibia's conservation efforts is carried forward by a diverse and ethical community. This program highlights the association's forward-thinking approach, ensuring inclusivity and long-term sustainability. Our shared success are evident on the international stage. Namibia's presence at global events such as Safari Club International, the JAD, and the Hunt showcases our country's dedication to ethical hunting as a model for sustainable wildlife management. This advocacy is vital as it strengthens Namibia's reputation and supports efforts to counter legislation like those one proposed to ban trophy imports ban in Germany and also in the United Kingdom. As we celebrate this significant milestone, we must also honor the lives and the legacies of those we have lost this year. Their contribution to our shared mission remind us of the fragility of life and the enduring strength of our conservation community. Looking ahead, the road is not without challenges. Conservation demands innovation, collaboration, and an unwavering commitment. MEFT and the NAFA must continue to work together as we have before in securing communal concessions, expanding programs like NAMPARKS, and the strengthening legislative framework such as Environmental Management Act. This effort ensures that Namibia remains a beacon of hope for sustainable development and environmental stewardship. As we reflect on 50 years of conservation, let us remember that this is not merely a celebration of our past, but a commitment to our future. Together, we can build on this legacy, ensuring Namibia's wildlife, wildness, and the livelihoods of our people to continue thriving. I thank you very much. That was the statement of Honorable Hinda, Deputy Minister of Environment, Forest and Tourism. But as Executive Director for the Ministry, I just would like to congratulate NAFA for this 50 years anniversary. NAFA is a very important player in our conservation hunting. It's a very important voice to Namibia conservation because our common goal is to ensure sustainable hunting and to ensure that Namibia wildlife continue to thrive. We believe there is enough space for all of us. If we work together in partnership, I'm quite sure Namibia will continue to be a leading country when it comes to wildlife conservation. I thank you very much.
I just want to thank the executive director for taking the time and coming to see us. And well, you know, I think it's a wise words that he mentioned today. You know, together, NAFA and MFT can, when we work together, we're going to make it better. And that's what we all want to do, is make it better for us. Thank you very much, executive director.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Axel. Okay, we will start now with the award ceremony, and I think this is a good, you know, it's something that's very important in our industry. You know, people that are close to us and that give the best every day, and that makes our business and our industry successful. So yeah, I want to first of all start with one of the awards is the most active NAFA member or committee for 2024. That award will go to the Young Hunters Committee for the most active NAFA members and stuff. Yeah, so yeah, congratulations to the Young Hunters.
I just want to mention something on this, on the Young Hunters Committee. I think that's our future. This year we really invested a lot of time and effort to involve our young hunters, and I really want to thank the Young Hunters Committee, also Marianne and Ralphus for putting this committee together and all the effort, and Jacques, thank you very much from the Expo side. We're looking forward. I heard that you organized also the shooting event together with the Young Hunters Committee. And Eddie, it's well deserved, guys, and keep on then, and going forward, we welcome your work and the continuation, and we need more hunters. Thank you. So, come forward. Are you only the few of you? Officially? But now come, Jack. Or everybody who's part of the Young Hunters Committee, please come forward. Come, Jack. Come, Bill.
Sloot. You guys must be careful with the wine there, so yeah. Our next award is going to be the most approachable NAFA member of 2024. And that award goes to Tobias Ganzel. Can you please come forward for us, Tobias?
Tobias, thank you very much. I think if you always need help, and I think always you put up your hand, and this year, and not just this year, the time we spent together, and I think you always come forward and said you are able to give assistance and help where needed, and thank you very much. This is your award for this year, Tobias. Just a sign of appreciation. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Tobias. Our next award is quite a big one. It's if you're the Conservationist of the Year of 2024, and I think it's a very special award, and it takes a lot to win this award, you know. But the winner of this award goes to Dr. Clemens from Dodder. I'm going to ask Clemens to come forward, please. And I would like Axel also to give you guys some background on Dr. Clemens.
Clemens von Dodera, komm mal nach vorne, die Clemens. And before you recognize or take your award, Clemens, I just actually want to honor you why you won that award. And yes. So in 2019, Dr. Clemens von Dodera became an individual member of the International Council for Game and Wildlife Conservation, the CIC. In early 2020, when the COVID-19 pandemic began affecting Namibia, the CIC Namibia delegation, including NAFA, elected him as the head of the Namibian delegation. He continues in this role, representing Namibia's approach to sustainable hunting on the global stage. Since June 2016, Clemens has been the resident representative of the Hans Seidel Foundation in Namibia, overseeing the organization's activities in the country. Before this, he was a policy advisor in the Central Association of European Forest Owners in Brussels, representing European forest owners to institutions such as the European Parliament and the European Commission. Clemens has served on various European Commission advisory boards, contributing to topics like rural development, renewable energy, wildlife management, and biodiversity. He also coordinated the communication on public relations. Clemens holds a Bachelor in Forest Science from the Georg August University in Göttingen, Germany, and a Master and a PhD in Agricultural Economics and Management from the Stellenbosch University in South Africa. Clemens, NAFA is proud to recognize you as the Conservationist of the Year 2024 for your outstanding contribution in protecting the Namibia hunting community and ensuring the principles of sustainable conservation that remains upheld. Your instrumental role in combating the European trophy ban has safeguarded Namibia conservation model and strengthened the global understanding of its importance in well-regulated hunting as a conservation tool. This award celebrates your dedication, your leadership, and your tireless advocacy behind the scenes, Clemens, for Namibia's conservation efforts on the international stage. Clemens, thank you very much, and I might come as a surprise to you, but thank you. I know what you have done for us, and it's actually started in Namibia, you know. Thank you very much for the possible trophy import bans are off the table in Europe, or especially Germany, but it started in Namibia, and we want to thank you for that. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Clemens. Thank you very much for what you do for the hunting industry and for all of Namibia. Our next award is going to be the Hunting Assistant of the Year of 2024. I would like to call Kai Overdenker to the front to introduce us to the winner. That is Mr. Erastus Hajipala.
Yeah, Mr. President, this time I knew that, or I was aware that I probably would be called to the front, so I hope that my tongue is more in line with what I want to say. Erastus Hashipala has worked for us for 12 years. He is trained as a hunting assistant, a camp assistant, he's a skinner, he is a tracker, and he also at times helps at the guest house of my wife as a waiter. He is not a man of many words. I think that is also why the two of us get along very well. So much so that my wife actually was in a discussion with one of our German guests. He referred to Erastus as Ihr stummer Kellner. That would sound in English, your silent waiter. There's one, a part of all what I have said now, there's one thing why I decided that I would nominate Erastus for this acknowledgement, for this prize. And that is, there was a day during this year's season when a client, and not any client, a hunter that hunts in the high mountains of Asia, who has hunted big game in Botswana, Tanzania, and in Namibia, a very far-traveled client mentioned that that special day in Namibia this year was perhaps the most memorable day of his hunting career. And Erastus was very much involved in that day. He was actually the deciding factor that made this day so special for the client. It happened that we hunted near the Kuisep River. We left our camp early in the morning on foot, having to climb out of the deep incision of the riverbed over some mountain ridges into the desert plains. Spent the whole day looking for game. It is a drought year, as you all know. Game is scarce and moving around. We did not succeed in the morning. All three of us had a rucksack with us with some water, and Erastus was carrying an additional canteen of 5 liters of water. We had some biltong with us. Then the desert heat was quite intense at midday. There was no shade, so we looked for a little ridge of rocks. The sun was a little bit in the north, so that allowed for some 40 centimeters of shade very close to that ridge. So we lay down lengthwise there, chewing some biltong, and in the afternoon we continued on our search. Late in the afternoon, we managed to shoot against Boku. It was too late to get that meat in during that day, and anyhow it was not reachable by car. So the decision was that Erastus would stay with the client next to our booty, protected during the night while I would walk down to camp. The client later told me that Erastus, first of all, cut up the meat of the animal to carry it out next morning. Then he built a little shelter of rocks to protect the client from the cold wester wind. You all know that the nights in the desert are as cold as the midday sun is hot. And then Erastus kept a warming fire going all night. And very special, he prepared the liver of the Gemsbok over the coals in the traditional way. When I came there next morning, I asked the client, "How was your night?" He said it was 5-star. It was one of the finest days I had hunting. So I think that this is quite something. That is why a part of the very reliable work that Erastus is doing for us, I think that is noteworthy. And I also want to say that I've mentioned that Erastus is not a man of many words. Thereafter, we traveled from Solitaire on the gravel road all along, or to the west of the escarpment on the corrugated gravel road to Usakos without saying any word. But both of us were feeling it is great to be in Namibia. It is great to roam its vast open spaces. It is great to lead a free life as a hunter. And for that, Erastus, I would like to thank you very much. You are a good man. Thank you.
Hey, Erastus, can you please come forward for us? Congratulations, Erastus. What a wonderful story. Thank you, Kyle, for that wonderful story you shared with us of Erastus as well. The next nominee or award goes to the camp attendant of the year. That's also, you know, it's something special. You know, you have to have these people around, you know, to help you with all this stuff. There's so much going on, and if you don't have someone special in camp to be on the lookout for you, stuff can go wrong quite easily. I would like to call Ansie Strauss forward to introduce our winner. That's our camp attendant of the year, Veronica Matthias.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, EXCO, for this opportunity. I want to introduce you to Veronica Matthews. She had no idea about this. In January 2022, Veronica Matthews joined Kovas Adventure Safaris as a hospitality student from the Nakayale Vocational Training Center. What began as a 1-year training period evolved very quickly in a permanent position by December of that same year, reflecting her exceptional dedication and desire to grow within the company. Veronica transitioned as a trainee to an independent and trusted team member. Her creativity, leadership, and commitment to excellence have made her invaluable. She has excelled in various roles, including a supervisor, chef, stock controller, and a trainer at the moment, while also serving as a peer influencer and a community leader. Her passion for the hospitality industry is evident in her meticulous attention to detail and care for the clients, ensuring exceptional experiences for all the international tourists. She's independent, trustworthy, and dedicated, with an ability to adapt and lead under pressure. Veronica, can you please join me? Kova's Adventure Safaris is honored to nominate Veronica for the Lifetime Attendant for the year. Her professionalism, creativity, and leadership make her a true ambassador for Namibia's hospitality industry and a deserving candidate for this acknowledgement. Veronica, thank you.
Congratulations, Veronica. What a wonderful achievement, and thank you, Ansi, for sharing that with us. Our next award goes to the Chef of the Year of 2024. So, a lot of us, you can see some of us grow quickly, some of us less, but a chef is always important in camp. You know, you can have a bad hunting day, but if you eat good, you feel good. So I would like to call Henty van Heeren to the front to introduce our winner of the Best Chef of the Year of 2024. That's Angela Gabriel.
Good day to everybody. Now I get to talk after that performance from Ansi. So, Angela was born in 1964, started schooling in Kunigas Roman Catholic Primary School, South Barbers. At 16 years of age, Angela entered the working market at the same place, on the same farm where her parents was employed. Some of her first tasks, like all of us when we start our working career, at the bottom, cleaner, helping with separating cream from the milk and making butter and all those nice things one used to do back then. 2002, Angela started a new career at Kwijnkas, there by Barbers. That's not a name for my tongue. Upon asking what year that was, Angela calmly, in which year she started working there, she was thinking very deeply. And it was so funny, with a typical shy grin, she replied, "It is long back, but it was on the same day Mr. Jonas Savimbi was assassinated." So it's how some people make connections to things. It's interesting. That was after I Googled it, February 2002. In 2008, Angela joined Bootnell Hunting Safaris with his base camp at Steinhausen. It was with Bootnell Hunting Safaris that Angela was introduced to safari hunting, from fly camps for leopards in the Komosogland Mountains to temporary camps in Erurutuka Conservancy, way up to Mangu National Park. Angela suddenly started seeing the whole country. At the end of 2010, Angela and Onjo Safaris' paths crossed. Onjo Safaris had a 1-year concession in contract with Joti Conservancy in the Zambezi region, and after successfully finishing that contract, we entered into a 5-year contract with Joti, and we were on the permanent lookout for a new chef to help us out in the kitchen. And as Louis said, one of the more important positions. Well, that was the beginning of our relationship on the safaris, us, Angela, and 15 years down the line, here we are. Angela's added a whole list of new rural exotic places to a resume, preparing great meals in wild places and mostly on open fires. Angela is a shy soul that does not like to take credit or be in the limelight. Besides her little smile she shows, she's one of the most reliable, trustworthy persons I have come across in my life. The biggest challenge, I think, to Angela was not the exotic places to prepare meals, but it was definitely, as a single mother, to raise 3 kids far away. And for that, we would like to honor Angela as the Cook of the Year and a great person. We are very thankful.
Thank you, Angela, for keeping us all in good shape. It's well deserved. Our next award goes to the Media House of the Year of 2024. This is for a commitment to reporting and educating on conservation, hunting. This year they have published 21 articles across the newspapers providing valuable information and raising awareness about sustainable hunting practices and conservation efforts in Namibia. The Namibian Holdings company is the Media House of the Year of 2024. Congratulations.
So I just want to call Ilani, you from Namibia Media Holdings. Ilani, are you here? Thank you.
Thank you, Ilani, for helping us as hunters and spreading the good news out there, and that we're not as bad as the people make us to be. So yeah. Okay, our next nominee is the Global Promotion of the Namibian Conservation Hunting Community Award. Krieghoff International has been a steadfast supporter of NAFA, contributing significantly to the promotion of the Namibian conservation hunting community. Their support includes donating high-value rifle for the annual auction, sponsoring caps, collaborating in innovations to such as hunter support education calendars. This enables NAFA to continue with our efforts to protect the Namibian hunting craftsmanship. Their efforts extend beyond Namibia as they actively support other hunting associations across Southern Africa, demonstrating their commitment to conservation and the hunting community. Ralph Miller, can you please come forward, please, and thank you. You guys always done such an amazing job for us, Krieghoff, and yeah. Thank you, Ralph, and to Krieghoff. We always appreciate your support and backing us in Namibia, or NAFA, and Namibian professional hunters. Okay, the next award is the Loxodonta Award. This award is an annual recognition given to a full member or outfitter of NAFA who has demonstrated exceptional efforts in big game conservation hunting with Namibia. The award emphasizes the vital role that a professional hunter plays in protecting and managing the country's big game species through sustainable hunting practices. This award not only honors individual contributors but also highlights the broader significance of professional hunters in supporting conservation, innovators, and maintaining Namibia's reputation as a leader in sustainable hunting practices. I would like to call the winner of this award. First of all, I'm asking. First of all, I would like to give you guys some background on our winner. He was born in January 1952. He grew up on the farm, Marcusfontein near Kimberley. At the age of 5, hunting and tracking became his passion and a way of life. In 1987, at the age of 35, he took up professional hunting and built up a very healthy game population on his farm. In recognition of his contributions, he was awarded Honorary Conservationist by the Ministry of Environment and Tourism in 1995. A deep knowledge of ecology, ecosystems, and animal behavior. He could easily explain the ways of the wild in clear and accessible manner to anyone. Since 1994, he hunted big game in concessions in northern Namibia. Most of the hunters became returning clients and lifelong friends. Together with this Queer Bushman team, he will be remembered as a respected professional hunter by everyone who had the privilege of hunting with him. I would like to call Koos Pina forward for the award. We appreciate what you've done for us. I think you are a role model for all of us. And Koos,
members, this was our first time that we made this award, and it just shows that the old bulls, the old Dagga boys, we have a few in our midst, and I think this also shows that appreciation we have for the older generation. So yeah, thank you very much. Over to you, MC.
Thank you, Axel. Congratulations on Koos, well deserved, and yeah, thank you very much. Well, next up is the Medal Sales Award for 2024. Kirsten, would you please come forward?
Yes, good day everyone. I hope you are well. I hope you are not dying of heat like I am. So, we have the medal sales of 2024, and like usual, it's a highly confidential topic, and that's why only I am allowed to tell you guys who won. So, for this year, I am extremely proud of my office. We have sold 1,011 medals. Most of that was done by Francois, Guterres, and Marianne Koch in the office. Next slide, please. For the individual categories, we of course have 3 spots. And there you can see out of the 1,011 medals, how the 3 spots have actually what part they sold. And for the number 3 spot, I would like to call up Robert Pack. Is Robert Pack here? Is anyone here that could take it in his name? Harald Pack? Then, for the second place, we have Rainer Halenke that sent in everything to their taxidermy, but nonetheless sent it in. And now, for the reason of why this is always so confidential, I would like to call up Jacques Strauss that just took the last opportunity to get the first prize in individual, because as of September this year, you would fall into group category. Please come forward. Brings us to the group categories of 2024, and out of the 1,011 medals, sorry, now we're getting confused here, these are the ones that won. And you can see that the 3rd place and the 2nd place are extremely close. It was 3 medals that made the difference. For the 3rd place, I would like to call to the front our game lodges, please. a couple of medals ahead, I would like to call to the front Ochiruza Hobe family, please. Ah, there's.
Come, Alex. Come.
And then, for the first place, I would like to call to the front Mr. Bernd Gabade from Onduno. With a total of 111 medals. As I said, thank you very much. Without our membership, this would not have been possible. As usual, we of course ask our members to keep up the good work, to sell the medals, because every medal that is being sold contributes to the Hunter Support Education System and to all the other good causes that we are engaged in. Have a great day.
Thank you very much, Kristen, and congratulations to all the winners on great achievement and for your hard work. We're gonna have a little bit of a break. We're gonna have a tea break in a little bit. But first of all, before we get to that, you guys can still remember to go register. If we have a tea break, go register with Martinique for the Swifty for the auction. I think it's important that you guys don't get left behind. And then also the guys that still wants to participate in the fun shoot can also register when we have a tea break as well for the fun shoot. Before we get to tea break, I would like to call one of our sponsorships, Stefan Durant from Holland, to come to the front, please.
Well, my name is Sam Kawapirura. I'm from Holland. My colleague Stefan is sitting right behind there. Now, when I'm listening to all the medals and the prizes and the guys who hunt and the professional hunters have done it for 20, 30, 40 years. When I walked in here, I thought, hey, I was going to impress the guys and tell them, get look about pocket after the blood. But when I started listening to the guys, I said, no, excuse about scored for a bogfall, so I guess I can't praise it. But in any event, we are very grateful to be associated with NAF and with professional and organized hunting. We all know that the United Nations, of which Namibia is a member state, has got what they call millennial goals. One of the millennial goals of the United Nations is to fight hunger and poverty, to alleviate hunger. When you have sustained and organized and regulated hunting through affinity groups such as NAF, we promote fighting hunger in an organized and sustainable way. We know that the hunting association, the hunting industry contributes immensely to the GDP of our country. It creates employment, it gives hope to our young generation and to our country. And as Holland, we are very proud to be associated with NAF through financial contributions for the past 3 years. I think the previous year we gave about 30,000, last year 40. and this year we put in another 50,000 Namibian dollars in recognition of your valuable efforts to promote sustained, regulated, and sustainable hunting. Thank you very much for the job done.
Thank you very much, sir.
Before we continue, I just want to also honor and want to thank the presence of our commissioners from the Namibian Police Force. If I may, Commissioner, both of you, can you just come forward to please just receive a small token appreciation from our side. If you could just come forward. Nampol plays a vital role. You all know hunters without weapons, arrival at the airport is the best in Namibia. And I just want to thank our commissioners for their assistance and that the operation at the airport is running smoothly. We do have sometimes a little bit hiccups, but we always can press on your name, and you really listen to us, and we want to thank you. We want to honor you within NAFA, and I just want to, if you want to have a few words, you're welcome to say something. I will give you the platform. Thank you.
Yes, good morning. My name is Deputy Commissioner Congo. I'm the head of aviation in the Namibian Police as the national coordinator. Together with me is the Chief Inspector Shapaka. He's from firearm registrations. Then the Chief Inspector Ngleshia is also from aviations. Our roles with NAF and with everybody is just to facilitate the movement of firearms, specific the handling rifles at all point of entry, because for me I deal with all point of entry, be it land, be it the sea or the airport. So everybody, every day Christine is at my office. I was the head of firearm for 2 years, the 2023. So I know when it came to hunters, when it came to the registration of firearm, one of our mandates is to facilitate and make everything easy for our visitors. You know the frustrations at the airport, spending 9 hours or 10 hours from Frankfurt to Namibia. You have 30 minutes also in the immigration queue. You have 20 minutes for custom. Then when we add another 1 hour waiting for your firearms, it's frustrating as a passengers. So our mandate is to make the process very smooth, and then when people come, when they go back to their respective country, they said, no, go to Namibia. The experience is very, very fantastic. Thank you very much. Some of you we met every day at the airport. We engaged. Yesterday we had a very good evening, and even today, even for us as a police officer, we like how you people are doing on the other side when people are coming to visit you, and the challenge of transportation of firearms and ammunition. So thank you very much. We are there for all of you when the need arises.
Thank you very much, we truly appreciate it.
gentleman, for all the efforts and hard work you put in helping us with those rifles and stuff. Okay, so we're going to have a tea break now. I would like everyone to be back around about just after 11. So we've made up some time. So yeah, I would like you to remember to register with the Swift fee and also for the fun shoot if you haven't done so. And then we'll try to be, everyone's have their seats around about 10 past 11. Thank you very much.
Right, and then I just want to take the opportunity. We do have Martini Scott from Swift Free Auctions. Please, there's outside, we have a live auction, and then we have also an online auction. Please make use of them to register yourself. If you can't be there or you want to do it online, so there's opportunity. And thank you very much. And if I can ask, be around just on time, 11 o'clock, that we make up some time. Thank you very much.
And one last thing, for those that came a bit late and did not register with us, our table is also downstairs. Just please come for a little tick next to you.
just get our seats, please?
Everyone outside, can you please enter, we can take our seats and proceeding with the AGM, please. Everyone outside, please proceed inside and we can carry on.
Members, can we please move into a bit forward? Koers, kom 'n bietjie vorentoe daar. Kom. En dan daai ons daai beeste in die kraal kry. Kom guys, come please move in. We still have some places in front. Come on, Benjamin. Guys, here's the place. You can come forward. Take your seats here. You don't have to stand all the time. Don't be afraid to come to the front. Markus, komm rein bitte. Komm rein, Markus. There, bells.
Okay, welcome back everyone. I assume everyone got their spots and the ones that are not here, they have to push through. We're going to start off with our sponsorship presentation from Namibia. I want to ask Elzaan McCullough to come to the front, please, for the sponsorship presentation of Hunt and Namibia.
Elzaan.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. It's still morning, I had to check. I am not going to make a big presentation. I'm just going to say thank you. When Riette handed over the reins to me a couple of years ago, she sort of gave me a cheeky little good luck, as in good luck dealing with this bunch of hunters. And it was a tremendous and wonderful surprise to me when I knew a lot of you, but when I got to know everyone better. And the biggest mountain in front of us every year when we produce a hunt in Namibia is to get stories. To get stories out of the hunters, to get stories out of the team at NAFA, to get stories out of NAFA members, but then also from externally. And it was a really, really massive mountain that we had to climb. But I can tell you that this year, the mountain was flat. It was the most wonderful experience. The stories came in, and later the publication was too full, and we had to take pages out, and we had to start cutting away the fluff. And this is the fullest that the Hunt in Namibia has ever been. It is the most stories we've ever received in 26 years of the publication. 1999, now am I counting? Billion, help me. And then it was just a really wonderful experience. And I'll tell you why. Because I found out that hunters are actually poets. And Axel showcased it this morning when he did his speech. That was literally a poem. It was an ode to hunting, and it was an ode to hunters in the fraternity and everything that you stand for. And you'll read in this publication, Deneen is a poet. And she has always been, and I'm sure you're all aware of that. And Hagen is a poet. And Kai-Uwe is a poet, has always been. He's a poet that's very, very strict on German grammar, but a poet nonetheless. And I want to thank you all, to every single person that contributed a story and contributed your love for hunting to our pages. That is what we at Venture stand for. We want to share stories that matter, and hunting stories really, really matter. And the purpose of this publication is to share why hunting matters, not only to us as an industry or a country, but why it should matter to the world and why the world should listen to our poetry. Axel said, memories are our best trophies, and your memories are the stories that we want to share. Hunting Namibia is all about. So we'd love for 2025 to go exactly the same as this year, for the memories to flood in. And if you feel that you, as you sit there, are not a writer or a poet, we have a whole team of those that will happily help tell your story. All you have to do is invite us to come over for a coffee on your stoop, or for a braai around your campfire, which is where your poetry really comes to life, where your hunting stories really sort of just naturally flow from you, and we will help share the stories and tell the stories. I want to thank also my co-editor, Hagen Denker, for your massive contributions once again. Let's give a big round of applause to Hagen. And Hagen, so the weight of being co-editor comes with getting a lot of notes from Kai-Uwe, and that's now also your responsibility to help us. And if there are any mistakes this year, Kai-Uwe, it is also Hagen's fault, not just mine. Okay. Then my last message is, this year was once again one that tested us. As a community, as a fraternity, there were lots of the same old cropping up when it comes to negative narratives around hunting. And I'm very proud from a communication standpoint about how NAFA manages those conversations and how we as an industry manage those conversations. I think the key to that is to stay firm and strong. We know what our story is, and to keep retelling and advocating that story. Not to be bullied, not to stand down, not to apologize, but just to keep telling that story as proudly as you can. A big part of that story are the words that are on this beautiful logo that was designed this year. Natural, adventurous, passionate, historical, and authentic. And if we take those words, they're such a beautiful representation of the industry and such a beautiful representation of the stories that we try to share with the world from Namibia. So I want to give a massive congratulations to the person who conceptualized this logo, Ansie Strauss. Can we all give Ansie a massive round of applause? Ansie, maybe you can come to the front and we can just take a nice photo with Axel. Ansie did receive a very beautiful, apparently very large picture from NAFA that was too big to bring here. But Axel just asked me to once again congratulate Ansie. She designed the concept and then at Venture we just refined it into the technical logo parameters that you need. But thank you very much and congratulations, Ansie. So from Hunting Namibia's side, I hope you all are as delighted with how the publication came out as we are. And we will continue with our goal of storytelling. The magazines will be in both English and German at all the hunting fairs globally that NAFA attends. It is also available as a digital magazine and as a PDF. So if any NAFA member would like the publication to send directly to your clients or your mailing lists, or if you have a emailer going out or a WhatsApp group and you would like to share some beautiful Namibian hunting stories, you can just contact me directly and I'll give you the publication free of charge and you can share it with your own guests and with your audiences. It is always wonderful to have something to share with them. Besides being online and in print at the German and American hunting fairs, we will also distribute it amongst yourselves again, so you're welcome to go fetch copies at the NAFA offices. And yeah, this year I'm not going to do the handing out the booking forms like I usually do, because I feel you guys are busy enough. What I will do is we'll send via WhatsApp and via email. You are terrible at your emails, so I'm going to reach you via WhatsApp. We'll send out the booking forms and then we can take the year to fill up the next edition full of proudly Namibian hunting stories. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just on the hunting Namibia, Mr. Master Ceremonies, I just want to say that we're going to double the amount of copies worldwide. We have got a new printer in Germany. We will print, I think it will be 1,000 copies, will be printed locally, German and English. And Germany for the 2 hunting shows in Dortmund and Salzburg, it will be 1,500 editions, and then there will also be English sent to the shows to Dallas and SCI. So I think this year, we really want to urge our members to contribute and place yourself in this magazine, because this is advertising at its best. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Suzanne, and for the relations with the hunters. And yeah, it's not always easy, but sorry, sir. Yeah, so the poets, yeah. There's a. Next up is our SCI sponsor in MOU ceremony. I want to call Mr. John McLaurin up to the stage and give him a big applause, guys, please.
Kevin already talked about Trump, so I won't say much except to highlight that SCI, amongst all of the pro-hunting, sustainable use, wildlife conservation organizations that exist in the States, and there are quite a few, SCI was the only one that came out publicly and aggressively supporting Donald Trump for the 47th President of the United States. I got any number of comments and calls from people concerned that SCI was becoming political. And I told him, I said, well, you know, SCI is all about advocacy. And if we're going to advocate, we want to advocate with the right person in the White House. Well, you know, he's going to lose. Well, a lot of people apparently thought that, to include a lot of staunch Democrats who have a big friend of mine because we actually do lobby across the parties on Capitol Hill. Well, none of them called me after the election, but a lot of other people did. So, all it goes to say is that we have the right person in the right position at the right time for the future of America, but also the future of hunting in the world. And I might tell you that President Trump-elect knows that because he came by the Hunters Embassy when he was in D.C. last time. They didn't tell the Secret Service he was going to come, so they were going crazy. But anyway, he came over for a visit after he finished at the Republican National Headquarters. It told him he only had 15 minutes. Well, he stayed an hour and a half. Made a video, took pictures, so he knows who hunters are. And he actually also knows that in the 9 battleground states that they call them in the states for the election, that we marketed him as the voice for hunting. He knows that it was hunters who came out to vote in those states that helped push him over the top. Every state's consequential, mind you, but in the most consequential states for this particular election. So we have an ear in the White House. And as Kevin said, it's important everywhere for hunting because right now, numerically anyway, Americans make up the vast majority of the folks that go hunting overseas around the world. I had the pleasure of talking with some outfitters here even, old friends, new friends, that already, of course they talk about Nashville all the time, maybe I'll talk a little bit about Nashville too, but already have 25 books. And they're looking out for 26 now. So I agree with what people have said, that the opportunities, which is what a convention offers everybody, is an opportunity. The opportunities are immense for the future. And the future of hunting. The future of hunting in part, I think, is dependent on what we do in SCI. SCI is, after all, an international organization, not just an American organization. We added a little over 10 chapters this past year, half of them being in Europe, one in the Middle East, one being in Pakistan. SCI is growing. SCI is growing because the necessity is there. Yes, I like celebrating wins, mind you, but that is a win today. Tomorrow is tomorrow. What we do with what we've accomplished so far is to determine what happens, the future of hunting. I don't think everybody here really sees the editorials I put in the Safari Times newspaper. You see some in the magazine. I write a lot of things. Those of you who were at convention last year and were attending the dinner on Saturday night and heard my presentation there, I gave a blueprint of SCI and where SCI is going. And SCI is moving in the direction that I forecast there, and the direction I forecasted the history book that we put out at the 50th for the Future Cast, exactly where I said we're going. And that's to the future. It's the future of hunting. I can talk a lot about that, and I think probably I should, because I don't want everybody to be too delirious with the successes of the most recent past. I see, and this is me, I I see a future where the litigiousness of the anti-hunting crowd, the animal rights crowd, is going to do nothing but grow. We already have a staff of 8 attorneys just to deal with that at our Hunters Embassy in Washington, D.C. But it's going to grow around the world. It is going to become more and more important because those organizations are extremely well funded. They have a way of twisting the truth and the facts in a Disney-esque fashion that draws donations. So that is out there, and I don't see it going away. I see us being successful in fighting it, but it's going to cost a lot to do that. The other component of the future, which I don't hear anybody talking about, maybe not anybody, some people, but not most, and that is encroachment. Growing populations moving out into the areas that aren't privately held, putting pressure on wildlife and hunters and hunting. That's out there, and I don't see that changing either. Probably if you know the rules of the game in SCI, you know that originally SCI talked about pro-hunting and conservation. I talk about protecting the freedom to hunt, and I talk about sustainable use wildlife conservation, because the future I see is going to be depending on that sustainable use. There are all kinds of components of it. There's all kinds of different tactics and stuff that we have to address in order to be successful, and I do think we can be successful, but I think it's going to be hard. I don't think it's a game of checkers anymore. I think it's a game of chess, and I don't even think it's a game of chess so much as I think it's a game of 3-level chess. Things are a whole lot more complicated today than they were yesterday. Now, there are things we can do. Kevin talked about, oh my God, we could replenish species, but where are you going to replenish them if encroachment is taking away property? We need the farming community out there. We really do. There will be some wild areas in the world that nobody will ever want to inhabit, but maybe the animals won't either. We'll have to see. Nashville, oh my God. This is going to be a party this year. It's going to be because of this, and I guarantee you Don Jr. will be there. Nashville has turned into a real mecca for hunting, hunters, and sustainable use. It has grown. And it hasn't grown, well, okay, you know that we added the Weatherby this coming year. We've got Grandside Club Ovis on Sundays now. We have the Beretta Award on Tuesday night. And lo and behold, we've also got on the 20th, which is a Monday, the inauguration. And if you happen to be in Washington, D.C., assuming you can get a flight these days, the Hunters Embassy will be having an open house all day long. And there will be multiple balls, I'm sure, all night long. But then I'll be back in Nashville first thing Tuesday morning. The entertainment's a little bit different this year with the Weatherby Award. They'll never be able to get more than 2,500 to 3,000 people in a room there for the Weatherby Award. So we arranged with country music singer Eric Church to use his Chiefs honky tonk down on Broadway Avenue, one avenue with all the honky tonks. And we're having a boots, beer, and barbecue event there. If you haven't got your tickets for that already, you might want to take a quick look, because I don't even know that that's not sold out. hotels are sold out, in large part booking in the Music City Center. So there's going to be a crowd. It's been 20,000 people there the last 2 years, first 2 years. There's going to be more than that this next year. That said, there is one component of the strategic plan that I wrote for SCI that includes broadening the scope and the participation of the international community. We signed with FASA a joint venture. Earlier, we actually have one employee who is working for the foundation who's working on anti-poaching. We'll have office space in the FASA headquarters there in Pretoria. We'll be hiring another employee to be responsible for all of Southern Africa when it comes to advocacy, working with both governments and associations. Had good conversations in Zambia with the Minister of Tourism there, the Permanent Secretary and the Director of Wildlife. I think there's all kinds of opportunity in Africa. Not only is the diversity of wildlife, but the diversity of approaches to hunting and wildlife, all of them great. Be interesting there. We just signed another agreement earlier at the AWCF in Stellenbosch with the Zambian at their AGM. So going to be interesting in the future. But we're also going to talk about something that we're going to do here today that Axel and I have been working on, and probably any number of our staffs, and that's an MOU with the NAFA. The way I see the future is it's not an SCI future. It's not an us future, it's all of us future. It's going to take working relationships, partnerships, if you will, with all of us together, helping each other. Because I told you what I see as the challenges for the future, that I don't see them as insurmountable, but I don't see them as workable, survivable even, if we aren't all working together. And that's extremely important to me. I know it is to Axel and NAFA. It's something that has been needed for a long time. I get questions. I was talking to somebody earlier. What about this? What about that? What about competing with this? Compete with that? I don't compete with anybody. SCI does not compete with anybody. We are looking forward. It's going to be the future. It's going to be building opportunities in the future. It's going to be things like fundraising. Fundraising is critical. I mean, Nashville's critical. Nashville for us is all about generating the revenue that it costs to keep up a hunter's embassy on the footsteps of Capitol Hill in the States, manning it with not just lawyers, but really good specialist lawyers to deal with the litigation that we deal with, the probably 10 lobbyists plus 2 or 3 lobbying firms in DC on retainer working with the folks on Capitol Hill. It's creating an atmosphere where they come to your house, your hunter's embassy, to attend classes that we give, to conduct fundraisers that we make space available for them to do, for them to call up, and we're in their office 5 minutes later. It's about all of that. But that said, I'm happy to say that NAFA is going to be an integral part of that into the future by agreement. And I think, Axel, we're going to do that right here, right now, aren't we?
Yeah, thank you, John. Yes, we have it here. You can take a seat next to me, and thank you for your inspiring words. John, I just want to say that you're also a NAFA member. So that's correct. I just want to give you some also some background. It's not the first MOU which we have going to sign now. We have an official MOU. Where's Lisanne from Essa Hunters? Yes, Lisanne, can you rise maybe also? So we have Lisanne Nell from Essa Hunters. She also do a presentation tomorrow where we also have an MOU with them. It's just to formalize our engagement with them and the same will be going, which John just explained to us, and I just want to thank the opportunity. Thank you. So just give us a moment, we have just signed the MOU and then we can continue.
Merry Christmas and Happy 50th.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, Mr. John. I think that's a big step for us and for the future and everything ahead of us. Great stuff to look forward to, and yeah, something exciting. Next up, we're going to go with the Hunting and Nature Day opening. I want to call Axel to the front to address this for us.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman of the Master of Ceremonies. As this year draws to a close, we stand at a significant milestone. 5 decades of conservation. Half a century of commitment on protecting Namibia's wilderness through ethical and responsible hunting. This is not just our history, it's our legacy. And it reflects a deep responsibility to our land and its future. As it says in Excellencias, to everything there is a season and a time for every purpose under heaven. This moment, this season, is for all of us to look back with pride, but more importantly, to look forward with a purpose. Over these 50 years, we have faced challenges that tested our resolve and strengthened our community. We have adapted, we have innovated, and we have grown. This year alone shows how far our commitment has brought us, with initiatives and partnerships, and strengthens our role in conservation. We started the Young Hunters Committee to nurture the next generation, ensuring that Namibia hunting's future is in the hands of ethical, responsible individuals who respect our values. We also launched the Taxidermy Shipping Agents Group, empowering key players in the sector and acknowledging their crucial contribution to our community. They are not just actions, they are investments into the future, investments in our legacy. And to NAFA's members, I say, these investments are possible because of you. Inclusivity is a value we hold dear. And this year we have made significant strides in upskilling the previous disadvantaged Namibians. By broadening the training opportunities like the PDN courses, we are building a hunting craftsmanship that truly represents and benefits all Namibians. Let us continue to open these doors and build a path for others to join us in conservation, bringing diverse skills and perspectives to our shared mission. On the world stage, NAFA continues to carry Namibia's torch proudly. Our presence at SCI, Jagd und Hund, and the Hohe Jagd und Fischerei reinforces Namibia's commitment to ethical hunting. Our Namibia evening at the Jagd und Hund and the representation held at SCI was a success, reminding the world the value of conservation hunting we do. With our members' continued dedication, we can show the world that Namibia remains a model for sustainable wildlife management. We also had to focus inward, improving our membership application process to make it simpler and more accessible. Membership is our foundation, and growing a membership means stronger community. Each new member is a sign of growth, a sign that member is built to last. NAFA continuously works to raising funds to benefit initiatives that directly support our mission and our members. Our commitment to our community has never been stronger. We know the work you do, the challenges you face. We are here to support you in every way it is possible for us. With our partners, we successfully resisted the proposed trophy import ban in Germany, a proposal that could have hurt Namibia nature conservation efforts severely. Discussions are still ongoing in the UK, and we will not give up. Together we stand firm, defending the model of conservation hunting that sustains both wildlife and our livelihoods. Our preparations for this year's 50th anniversary AGM has been substantial and enormous. This AGM celebrates the achievements of our community, honors those which we have lost, and looks ahead to the work we will continue. Let us also take a moment to remember members who passed this year. You see that memorial table in front. Our thanks goes to DC Frontline Foundation and others who have supported their families, and a reminder that NAFA is more than just an association. We are family. We have worked hand in hand with the Ministry of Environment, Forestry and Tourism, securing a place on the communal concession group and strengthening ties that enhance our voice on policies that matter. Our age-related trophy measurement system, podcast with John McAdams, and thank you, Kevin, for that. Our expanding social media presence and the growth of NAFA's art, the top 10 entries, are all helping to raise awareness and support for conservation hunting. With your help, and we can continue to build this visibility and engage more people in understanding what we do and why it matters to us. Recognizing that conservation is challenging work, yes, often accompanied by extensive administrative demands. The NAFA Exco made the strategic decision to expand the office team, a choice that has proven highly effective. The NAFA office serves as a vital pillar, supporting our mission, requiring ongoing reinforcement to meet the needs of our community. This year, we are proud of the excellent work achieved by our dedicated office team, whose efforts continue to strengthen NAFA Foundation. In memoriam, this year has been a challenging one for our community. In February, as mentioned, we have faced the heartbreaking loss of one of our EXCO members, a long-time master of ceremonies for our AGMs and beloved figure within Namibia. As the year unfolds, our losses followed, reminding us the fragility of life and the strength of our bonds. Yet while we may grieve, we also call to remember that we have lost will not be forgotten. Each of these individuals contributed to our shared mission, leaving behind a legacy that inspires us to move forward. As it says in Psalm verse 34, the Lord is close to the broken-hearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit. In honoring their memories, we strengthen unity of our community, carrying the dedication with us as we continue to work very hard here. On this juncture, I just want to personally extend a heartfelt thanks to, if I want to say, my team and my fellow EXCO members. I just want to start with Hannes Duplessis. Hannes, thank you very much. You are a wise man. Thank you for your support in our EXCO meetings and You are a pillar with our community, and I really honor you. And always for your fatherly support you give us. You know, I'm sometimes get a little bit heated up, but thank you for your guidance throughout the year. Thank you. Then I want to go over to our treasurer, Ham. I know you don't have an easy task. I know it. I have been there. But yeah, Ham, for your calmness and our finances in NAFA, you're going to present tomorrow. They look steadfast, and I want to thank you for also, not just your finance, but also you always want to that you bring community together. And thank you very much for your effort and also what you do for the office, the link between the exco and the office. And Jackie, thank you very much. I think you're a newcomer on the exco, and with your energy and the spirit you brought us, I think, also steered us, and you gave new ideas. And I'm looking forward to the fun shoot, if I might say it, this afternoon, and what you have put together with the Young Hunters Committee. I really want to thank you. Christine, also to you as our office manager, and I know it's we ask a lot, and I think it's always very stressful, but thank you very much for your continued work and your dedication, not just to us as exco, but to the membership, and I think it's crucial. Where's Marianne? Marianne? She's not here, outside, but yeah, if she's there, that would be great, and Helena as well, and Franza, is that there? But yeah, and also I just want to thank Louis Kotze. He stepped in as our Master of Ceremonies. It's not always an easy task, but thank you very much, Louis, for making it possible, helping us out. And then I also want to thank every one of you, our members and your spouses, and then I personally want to thank my own family, my wife Celeste, my 2 kids, for giving me the support behind the scenes, always having an ear. Sometimes I take decisions and I bounce it confidentially by Celeste, and she's my pillar in my life, and she has given me some very wise advice. And yes, so just waiting for the rest of the team to come in. Yeah. So, yeah, Nadia, maybe you can also come to the front, please. Thank you. Nadia? We're going to take a group photo now. But yeah, Marianne, thank you very much for, I know you really, when you joined now for last year in the office, your energy, your different take on as a Boerenoi from the Noorde. Thank you very much for your energy, particularly organizing the courses. I know I always wanted to have it be done perfect, and but yeah, you put it together, you always do it more than we actually wanted to have it, and also your commitment and the formation of the Young Hunters Committee, a very important task. I thank you, Marianne. Francois. Francois, yes, you are the new guy on the block, but Francois, I think, thank you very much for joining us, and I think with your contribution and your dedication, your work, you come totally from a different background, no hunting background, but your energy and especially you saw the medal cells with you coming up, and the medal cells go up, a vital, important financial stream which we need, and all of it. Thank you very much, Francois, and I hope you enjoy with us another, that we count on you in the future, and yes. And then Nadia, I know you're not formally of the office team, but Nadia, come stand a bit closer. Nadia, thank you very much for your social media networking and posting, and you have done a remarkable, I don't know who follows us on Facebook and Instagram, all of them, but Nadia has put together with the rest of her team a timeline of NAFA since the formation, when it all started at the Berg Hotel. It's really a lot of work she has put together, and Nadia, vielen Dank. I know we are not always easy, we're not always answering promptly, and it frustrates you, but thank you for, we also have a job to do in the bush. Yeah? But thank you, Nadia, thank you very much for that. And on that note, yes. Kai. können wir ein Group-Foto machen hier vorne? Is this okay? Okay. So can I just get the total team together for us? Let's take a photo in front. Thank you very much. Master of Ceremonies, I just have to, before you continue, I have to just want to announce our AGM sponsors. Just give me a second, please. Oh, there's a video. Thank you for, very interesting. There will be a video for our supporters. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Axel, and thank you to all the sponsors that makes this possible for us. Next up, I want to call Marina Lambrecht for the historical speaker for presentation, please.
Asking me to speak after the legendary Dr. Kevin Robertson, our Doctari, has put me at a very distinct disadvantage. Just how am I supposed to live up to that? When approached to present the 5 decades of history of NAFA, I asked, how many hours will I have to speak? Condensing everything into 30 minutes is simply impossible. Working through 50 years of files, are we good to go? Most of which came from the Stone Ages, as you can see, has in fact been a huge task, but also tremendous fun. Good morning, NAFA President Axel Kromer, Executive Committee members, representatives of MEFT and the Namibian Police Force, NAFA members, esteemed international and local guests. I am honoured that you have placed your confidence in me to present a very brief version of the history of NAFA. Basi Martins was the first professional hunter registered in Southwest Africa and guided international guests as early as 1959. There are no records of any other PHs at the time. Basi hosted many well-known Americans on hunts in Southwest Africa, including Elgin T. Gates and legendary astronauts Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin. That was a surprise to me when I read that in the documents. Dustenbroek, just north of Windhoek, was Namibia's first hunting and guest farm. It was established by Marga Farts in 1961. African Animals, founded in 1965 by Wolfgang Delbs, was the only active game dealer at the time. He exported widely to game parks and zoos in Europe, as well as started many local conservation initiatives. Volker Graumann was a passionate hunter, having accompanied his grandfather on a deer hunt at a very young age in East Germany. He immigrated to Southwest Africa with his family in 1952 at the age of 10. After matriculating at Windhoek High School, Volker studied high fashion and design and advertising in Germany and was preparing to take over the well-known fur shop in Windhoek, Lucia Graumann Furs, from his mother. At the time, Volker and Anke interacted with many farmers when buying hides and realized that the country's wildlife had very little value on private land, as farmers did not have ownership of it. In 1970, the Graumanns started Anvo Safaris as an agency for farm hunts, promoting the concept of conservation through selective hunting, which was barely known in Southwest Africa at the time. As a schoolgirl in Windhoek, I looked up to Volker and Anke as the ultimate good-looking, glamorous, cosmopolitan couple, and really thought that they had totally lost their minds to go into hunting. Little did I know that a few years later, at the age of 19, I would meet my late husband Jof, catch a severe case of khaki fever, and become totally allured with the safari life. When Volker read the following advertisement in the Farmers Weekly magazine in 1974, cattle farm for sale in Southwest Africa, guaranteed no wildlife. All the game has been shot out. It was a turning point. He realized that, as farmers did not have ownership of the wildlife, they considered it to be vermin. In fact, the wild animals were seen to be in competition with domestic livestock for water and grazing, and therefore often completely eradicated. These observations led to the realization that it was necessary to develop regulations for ethical and sustainable hunting, as well as to market to international trophy hunters to generate the best possible income from the wildlife harvested. That was when Volker decided to start an association that would promote conservation through selective hunting, with the aim of giving wildlife a value, as well as to convince government to grant farmers ownership of the game on their land. Volker realized that as an individual it would be very difficult to change the circumstances, so reached out to other relevant role players, and the Southwest African Professional Hunters and Guides Association was established, with the first meeting being held at the Moth Hall in Windhoek on the 16th of March 1974. The reality then, as is still the case today, was that everyone involved was essentially in competition with one another. However, they all realized that working as a team with a common purpose, they could achieve so much more than as individual role players. The newly established association worked closely with the directors of the Department of Nature Conservation and Tourism at the time, Burnaby Delabat, followed by Paula Swart. The presidents of the Southwest African PH and Guides Association, whose names you see, hopefully see. Sorry, usually when I touch technology it begins to smoke, so I'm a little nervous with all of these buttons I have to press here. Whose names you see on the screen, who were all involved since the foundation of the association, were the visionary groundbreakers who were instrumental in formulating the Nature Conservation Ordinance 4 of 1975. That changed everything. Much of NAFA's success is owed to these pioneers, whose foresight laid the legal and structural foundation for Namibia's trophy hunting sector. During his term as president of NAFA, Johan Vance initiated the upgrade of all administrative systems, introducing computers, printers, and bookkeeping software to streamline operations. He compares this upgrading from gravel roads to tarred ones, faster, smoother, and far more efficient. EXCO member Wilfred Utz recommended the introduction of the medal system, not only to give recognition to hunters, but also as a source of income for the association. Johan and his EXCO team also revised the rules and procedures for meetings, as well as introduced a compensation for executive committee members. NAFA members not on the EXCO were encouraged to submit proposals and then form subcommittees to start new initiatives. During that period, NAFA facilitated the introduction of the Master Hunting Guide designation, allowing guides to register additional funds. Negotiations with government also led to the opening of concessions to competitive bidding, and an initial quota of 8 buffalo was secured. This provisional step expanded Namibia's appeal as a hunting destination and established its presence in the big game market. Johan Vance negotiated with MET to legalize bow hunting in Namibia. This initiative, don't see smoke, but it's not cool, there we go. This initiative, spearheaded by EXCO member Dietel Metzger, opened new markets for our country. Our dear friend, the late Frank Heger, served as NAFA president from 1998 to 2004. During Frank's leadership, our nation's founding father, President Sam Nujoma, became a member of NAFA. Frank and his team also established strong ties with Dulles Safari Club and Safari Club International, and during that period the number of American hunters increased from 42 in 1997 to 1,500. Although Frank's achievements in leading the organization were extensive, I know that one of the many is this one that he would be most proud of, the PDN course. That would be the previously disadvantaged Namibian course. During the year 2000, Frank and his EXCO realized, with great shock and sadness, that our country only had 2 registered, previously disadvantaged Namibian hunting professionals. Although there were so many skilled hunters who had worked as truckers for many years and therefore had all the necessary skills to become hunting guides and PHs, the majority, due to inequalities before independence, simply did not have the education and therefore literacy and language skills to study the required books as well as write the required examination. The executive committee at the time, under the leadership of Frank, was determined to change that. So approached the permanent secretary of the Ministry of Environment and Tourism, Tangeni Akana, for permission to present a 12-day verbal course and then hold a verbal examination with translators where necessary on the last day of the course. One condition was that the standard of questions should be the same level as the written hunting guide examination. The first course was presented in October 2020. Permanent Secretary Tangeni Akana officially opened the course, and the local school children choir sang in celebration. Here Volker Grauman, who developed the curriculum and presented the courses at his Eagle Rock Hunting School on the farm de Hoop, right next door to Roykraam, proudly stands with his students. All 12 candidates passed with exceptional results. During one of our last conversations in 2019, Volker and I reviewed the list of registered hunting professionals. I am very proud to say that more than 50% are now from previously disadvantaged Namibians, and the number is increasing. Dani Strauss's initial focus as president was to develop a clear organizational structure where EXCO functions, as well as a board responsible for policy and strategic management, with efficient office structure in place to implement policies and manage day-to-day operations. Dani and his EXCO introduced an open-door policy with the CEO for transparent discussions, as well as hosted workshops and social functions to address concerns and foster collaboration amongst the members. He also focused on strengthening relationships with key partners in government and the private sector and international organizations, and was part of the facilitation committee to draft and finalize the new wildlife bill. Dieter Metzger further developed and harnessed the relationship with the international hunting community, particularly SCI, Dallas Safari Club, and CIC, which brought NAFA to a new height with international sponsorships, participation, and reliable partnerships. Much time was dedicated to the development of the African Wildlife Consultative Forum. During this period, the moratorium on leopard hunting was implemented by MET because of what were considered to be gross malpractices by the hunting sector. This made it essential for intense involvement by NAFA in working on new regulations and amendments to the Act, which led to the moratorium being lifted just 6 months later. Kai Uvedenka established a monthly Expo Desks newsletter and kept members informed on issues dealt with by the Executive Committee. Due to the international crisis of Cecil the Lion, which put trophy hunting in a huge worldwide crisis, Kai Uwe and his EXCO published the NAFA position paper on trophy hunting, which received very favorable reviews internationally. With Vice Chair Lady Deneen van der Westhuizen and the Big Game Committee represented by Volker Schwartz, Kai Uwe's executive committee established a trust to take care of a tracker who had been seriously wounded when shot in the shoulder during a hunt. Deneen van der Westhuizen was the first female president as well as the youngest president ever to be elected. Deneen and her EXCO forged strong partnerships with national and international bodies, championing policies for ethical and sustainable hunting practices and advanced conservation initiatives that bolster Namibia's wildlife economy and heritage. A cornerstone of this period was to focus on forging a very close relationship with the Ministry of Environment, Forestry and Tourism. Research initiatives were undertaken, including the National Leopard Census, addressing concerns regarding the elephant population dynamics in the eastern Zambezi, as well as the NAFA Economic Survey. Emphasis was placed on the sustainable utilization, promoting Namibia's meat sector and exploring incentives for sustainable land use. Deneen's involvement in the prominent organizations enabled NAFA to be an effective advocate for ethical, conservation-minded hunting, as well as promoting Namibia's conservation values on the world stage. Axel Kramer, NAFA's current president, firmly believes that humans, nature, and animals can exist in a harmonious balance if we all recognize our responsibilities. During his term so far, the focus has been on strengthening the Namibian conservation and hunting communities' international relationships, especially to the core market in Europe. NAFA was able to fend off a possible import ban on hunting trophies into Germany. Focus has also been on educating Namibians on why hunting matters, as well as sharing benefits of conservation hunting with local communities. In 2019, the age-related measurement system was adopted and NAFA's official measurement system. A future initiative was that the EXCO became more open and approachable to change. The membership application procedure has been simplified and a Young Hunters Committee has been established. The category of sponsoring membership has been promoted with the motivation that foreign members become ambassadors for Namibia internationally. In closing, I realize that this presentation has not given recognition to everyone involved with NAFA. The elected executive committee, as well as members of all the subcommittees, the work of the Ombudsman and the Disciplinary Committee, the many volunteers, the CEOs and office staff, as well as all the wives, husbands and partners who were the essential backup teams. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to each and every one of you on behalf of the Namibian hunting and conservation community. Today's summary was a brief insight into 50 years of dedication, achievements, and challenges of the people involved. President Axel regularly reminded me to keep it brief, Marina. Just stick to the highlights. So you've noticed I'm even sticking to my notes, which is unusual. I am, however, working on a lengthy document which will reflect all the relevant information that I have gathered, as well as give credit to all the relevant people involved. This will then be distributed to members as soon as it is completed. Due to the nature of our calling as individuals in this room, we are mostly free-spirited, strong-willed, and opinionated. It's the truth. We have often had to be in order to survive in a competitive business environment, as well as against the elements on the wide open savannas of our beautiful Namibia, where we all thrive. Taking that into account, it is understandable that over the years since NAFA was founded, there have been various disputes amongst members as well as other role players. However, the reality is that what unites us is far, far greater than what divides us. As Volker, the father of professional hunting in Namibia, so wisely decided in 1974, when we work as a team, we are stronger and more effective. May the legacy of the Namibian hunting and conservation community continue to grow and flourish. Thank you.
Marina, if you would mind just to come forward and Marina, thank you very much for a very insightful presentation and also your promise to share the entire work. Yes, lots of work. I had a thought that we maybe can have it into a book format, like a centenary book format for NAFA. I think it's a lot of work we went into there, and thank you very much. I think it was also for our audience here, for our youngsters and some of the older generation, also a very insightful presentation you have given, and I want to truly thank you for your time and that you stick to your time of the presentation, but you have really summed it up very well, and I want to thank you. From us, from the NAFA side, just a small thank you, yeah, thank you, Marina.
Talking of books, Volker Graumann has actually had a book written about his life. It's in German, and I've been asked to translate it into English. So that will also be available at some stage next year. Thank you so much. May I open the bottle now?
Yeah, can you? I see it's a German, so maybe you can share it with Dr. Right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Marina, for that wonderful presentation and education on that, the background of NAFA and the backbone of it all. Axel, I'm going to ask you to take care of the next honoring of the 30 plus years memberships. And yeah.
Thank you, Louis. So we thought, because we're having our 50th celebration, I think it's quite important that we honor those members who have been with us for a very long time. But it's difficult for us to have a cutoff. But we as Excofort, let's honor those members with a certificate who are members of our association for at least 30 years and plus. So please, if you just didn't make it into the 30-year gap, next year's maybe your chance of thereafter. So it's just from a logistical and time frame that we couldn't honor all of them, but we just thought so that we call the following names. I know you were all invited. I don't see everybody here, but we have prepared certificates from our side to honor those members who have been with us for a very long time. So I just want to read out the names, and then Christine, they have to come forward and to receive the certificate. So if you got your name, please come forward and stand by, and that you receive your certificate. But I will read everybody out. Okay. We have 40 years plus membership, 1975. Johann Friedrich Klaus Nebern. Then we have Friedrich Wilhelm Riedeker. We have Reinhard Wolfgang Vogts, Hans-Georg Diekloff. We have Günther Eugen Hakenius. We do have Ortin von Goslar. We do have Ulf Dieter Vogts. We do have Jürgen Konrad Charlie Schleppwein. We do have Hartwig von Seidlitz. Then we have members 30 years plus, Manfred Gorn. We do have Hubert Herzog. We do have Kurt Peter Clausen, Hans-Peter Geloch. We also have Kai-Uwe Denker, Ernst Dressel, André Böhmker. I just go a bit slower. So the recipients, you can just maybe stand to, but we just go, yeah. We do have Hans Christian Denk. We have Gerd Liedke. We have Volker Heinz Wortmann, Willem Diekmann, Michael Fechter. We do have Kurs Spinner. We do have Horst Dietz. We do have Georg Engelhardt. We do have Imo Wilkins. We do have Tobias Günzel, Katja Metzger, Dieter Metzger. We do have Ken Morris. We do have Christian Otto, Harald Preschel, Gerrit Utz, Imo Vogel. We do have Danny Bartlett, Toro Gabare. We do have Peter Hinterholzer, Herr Harald Pack, Ernst Erning. We do have Hans Erf. We do have Andreas Haag, Hans-Peter Hase. We do have Helmut Rosenke, Semmel. We do have Hubertus Kreiner, Detlef Lüsse, Jürgen Matte, who actually just tendered his apology. We do have Bernhard Sack, Wilfried Utz, Wolfgang Falk, Horst Hobon. We do have René Kraft, Kurt Kretschmer. We do have Thorsten Meyer. We do have Christoph Menti Mentrup, Marion Menzel-Ritter, Ludwig Müller, Joachim Neubrecht, Peter Reinhardt. We do have Rolf Ritter, Christian Schmidt. We do have Harry Schneider-Watterbeck. And last but not least, we have Ziggy Wilkins. So, I just want to, Kai, I give you the orders, so please that we take a best photo for all of your recipients. Ja. Die Autopis beginnen nach vorne, bitte. Can we get a big of a applause for our Bagger boys? Can we all rise, please? Can we all rise? I think this is an inspiration for us youngsters, and there is on this evening's auction, there's a category for 50-year NAFA membership. So this evening there is it's actually Harm's idea. We do have an auction prize or an auction item for a 50-year NAFA category, and I'm looking for a youngster who's gonna auction or buy an auction for 50 and after category. But I just got goosebumps, but I just want to hand over to our Master of Ceremonies just to start with the next procedure.
Thank you, Axel. Yeah, what a great inspiration all of these gentlemen are for us, and to be part of NAFA for so many years, and you know, showing us that it all can be done and to stick together. Next up, we're going to call Mr. John Jackson from Conservation Force. Sir, would you please come to the podium for us, and welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you Nice to be here as usual. I haven't been here a few years because of COVID, and let me know if I'm too low because I'm here on hearing aids like some of you. I'm going to tell you some important things that you need to know, that you need to take advantage of. The first is addressing the permitting situation in the United States. You might remember that just a few years ago, before COVID, you used to get import permits for the megafauna of Namibia and throughout South Africa for 3 years in advance. That was my doing. Y'all didn't know me in those days, but that was my doing. And that's no longer possible. In about 2017, some litigation occurred over my opposition, and it didn't turn out well. Since that date, since 2018, all the enhancement determinations were withdrawn by the Fish and Wildlife Service, going back to 1973. Now, permitting has to be done one permit at a time, hunt by hunt. And each one of those determinations for enhancement or non-detriment finding is 15 to 25 pages long. This is what's been going on. That was going on when we went into COVID. During that period, we also had to file a lawsuit against the Trump administration, which you heard about, because his daughter-in-law didn't like elephant hunting. And we succeeded in litigation, but it took 2 full years. We didn't succeed in the initial motion for a preliminary injunction because the Fish and Wildlife Service came forward and Justice Department came forward and told the court, Your Honor, the permits are not being completed. They're not being filled out hunt by hunt for enhancement or non-detriment determinations. If you force us to make a determination on all the Namibian permits, and all the Zimbabwe permits, and Zambia permits, and Tanzania permits, we're going to have to die almost all of them because the permits are incomplete. So there we were, Dallas Safari Club and ministry here, and NACSO suing the administration, trying to establish the importation of these trophies. And none of the applications were complete. We were going to lose through the back door. It was time for conservation force to do something. This is the simple clause in the permit application, the yellow part. You have to have evidence of enhancement. And no one was filling it out. So I had, when we got the administrative record in litigation, pile a little bit above my knee of import permit applications for Namibia and Zimbabwe that were incomplete. None, this form, most of them, 99% left this blank. So what were we to do? Coppersmith and other major importers in the United States came to Conservation Force. We had always done the import permitting, the serious stuff, the pioneering permitting, but we did it as a free public service. They came to Conservation Force and said there was no one else to turn to. And we took on the obligation of forming an enhancement permitting division. So that's the news that you may or may not know about. Conservation Force now charges to do permits. And we're doing it by the thousands. And we're catching up, we're helping the Fish and Wildlife Service that completely crashed with these problems during COVID. Washington, D.C. itself shut down. The whole world shut down. You had your problems here, you know about it. So there we were, lost most of our funding. We had to address these issues. So we formed this enhancement division, lawyers and biologists and specialists. We put people on the ground full-time to collecting information from the range nations on a hunt-by-hunt, operator level, 3 levels. The national status, the operator level, the hunter level. I don't have to tell you how much the hunters contribute, and operators are the heroes of conservation. Well, what we discovered was a new source of revenue. We had lost most of our revenue during this period. Our sources were drying up. But because we're a non-profit public charity, charitable foundation, it's non-profit. All the net revenue goes back to the ground in Southern Africa in Eastern Africa, solving problems, often worldwide. You'll see, I'll show you a few slides in a minute of some of the work we've been doing with the revenue from this. We earn this revenue. We're the most advanced experts in the world handling problems that never existed before and solving them step by step. But we take that revenue and we don't take it home. We send it to you, all right? Every bit of it, every cent. My wife and I haven't been paid in 35 years. I won a few lawsuits against Fish and Wildlife Service, thank goodness, where I was paid very handsomely. But we're not paid by Conservation Force. We're here for you, and every dime that we earn in the permitting service, we spend on you. Good, right. So this is a simple picture of what's developed. The enhancement permitting division. On the right side, you see we don't pay taxes. We're taxes in. That means we have more net to send back to Africa. We don't have dividends to pay. There's no ownership. So it all comes back and is reinvested in Africa. That's it. So let me show you some slides of some of the things we've been doing with you with the money that we've earned, earned the hard way. This is me in Tanzania workshop. You'll see Conservation Force's logo in the top right-hand corner. We did the National Elephant Management Plan in Tanzania. People on the ground, this is the kind of work we've got to do. It's got to be done. Somebody's got to do it. It wasn't being done. It hasn't been done in years. We wouldn't have half the problems if this kind of stuff was being done before. But we had to beg and borrow for money. Now we have a source of revenue to do it firsthand. This is one of the things we get hunters. I've always got hunters to contribute through the operators to on-the-ground projects for the communities. This is where we got Mantiakas, the head of the association in Tanzania, to pay 15 families 3 million shillings each for the loss of loved ones to elephants in a relatively short period of time. This is some of the people we had at that workshop, over 125 people. Yes. So, Botswana, we did the elephant management plan. We did a non-detriment finding. We did the exposition that showed that they complied with the guidelines of IUCN on sustainable use that benefits communities. We did that and so much more, but we also had to help them implement that plan. So we've got our people on the ground, the whole 8 workshops in 8 regions, 16 workshops, because the first day would be for the ministry, introducing the management plan. The second day would be the tribal chiefs and NGOs. This is the location. This is a map that was created by the ministry there in Botswana. This is a decoupage of some of those meetings. This ain't make believe. This is 1 month. Every second and third day, and then travel. Second and third day, and then travel. Second and third day, and then travel. To get these workshops done because we wanted to threat by the Center for Biological Diversity. We're following suit. We notified the Fish and Wildlife Service. The plan that we had done was not being implemented. But we solved that problem right here and there. Of course, we are the foremost authorities in the hunting world on CITES. Marco and I have been to every CITES meeting since the 80s. He was worked with the CITES Secretariat. We run around, circles around animal rights groups. That's Marco raising his hand here. Corey Mason sitting to the right. This is a guideline workshop in Nairobi, Kenya, just about a year ago in December. We were the only hunting organization there. What's surprising was when we got there, we found out that the group to deal with import of hunting trophies and making non-detriment determinations for Appendix 1 species was none other than the head of HSUS, his department of advocacy department. And he was appointed by IUCN as their expert on sustainable use. This man doesn't believe in sustainable use. It's incredible. But we dealt with it as best we can, and it's being, I think we've dealt with it successfully. This is the hippo workshop. Animal rights groups filed a petition to list the hippo and CITES. We played the largest role in defeating that. Well, then they filed a petition with the same information to list it as endangered in the United States, which is moving forward, incidentally. But what we did was we held a workshop in Zambia with 11 countries, Southern African countries and Eastern African countries, to do the first regional, first management plan for hippopotamus. This is crucial to overcoming, to defeating its listing as endangered. That thing's moving forward, and I don't have time to go into it. The last one before I got on the roof for this marathon of AGMs in Southern Africa that I'm going through here is we held a total of 13 days in Dushanbe, Tajikistan for the Marco Polo. At first, I've been working on this for 20 years, trying to get them to adopt a management plan for the largest sheep in the world, the Marco Polo. And we were successful. Fish and Wildlife Service was there, the Marine Specialist Group was there. The service pledged at that time that we would start processing permits for the first time in 5 years. All right? And they had it. Just last week, they issued the first questions and given people 45 days to answer them. We'll see what happens with that. So, one of the reasons why we have to do all this is this the IFARs out there. This is a Room to Roam program where they are hoping to capture all this habitat from Abyssali. Oh, that's the wrong one. All right. That's Dushanbe. All right. All right. So what we end up with is the situation that's more important to you. Conservation Force has long been supported by its dedicated, this is a different one. All right. Our dedicated operators projects were 28 years old. And from the inception, we have been the deepest pocket in the hunting world in Africa. We have had the deepest fun. And that's because of our partnership with operators. Operators, clients, give back, particularly American hunters have a conservation ethic. And they give money for schools, they give money for water wells, they give money for conservation or anti-poaching, so forth. We have been the nonprofit conduit for that in the tune of tens of millions of dollars and much more for 28 years. So we have been giving the most money on the ground in Africa by taking advantage of this. This is our model, our conservation model. But now we're going further. We have the new revenue that we earn, but don't take for ourselves, for the permitting system. And the best news is Dallas Safari Club has been our partner in splitting costs on fuel costs for a number of years. And like a hippo workshop, $70,000 from them, $70,000 from us, $40,000 for drones for each country, and on and on. They've been splitting those costs for us, with us. Right? But this is real money, guys. There's millions of dollars that we've been spending together. Now we signed an MOU. This ain't a marketing MOU. It's a real MOU where they give us $1 million a year more. All right? Clean, clear money put on the ground in Africa. So now we eclipse all other sportsmen's conservation organizations in Africa. We're here for you. In fact, two things that we've decided here is we're going to be funding your school in honor of Volker Grumman, who was on our board of directors when we started. And we're going to be funding, one more time in 25 years, your Blackface Impala program. And I think we're going to be successful this time. We're going to do it through NAFA. All right, I'm told. Now, finally, I know you're all hungry, and I've, my pressing button. Operators, hunting, is responsible for more habitat in southern Africa than the national parks, as much as 6 times more. All right? And it's responsible for securing most of the remaining wild habitat in Africa. This is pretty serious because it's you that do it, the operators. The PH operators doing that. Not national parks. They don't hold as much habitat. You're the ones that we've been partnering with for 28 years, putting money back on the ground. Just since I got here, we've got $25,000 for water wells here with the operator, and the client gave her the money to operator. Boone and Crockett president gave her money to put back on water wells, and we've got, we don't know the amount, but a substantial donation from an owner who gives about $50,000 a year to a white rhino program at another ranch. This is going on continuously. My wife is the CFO of Conservation Board. It's built over 1,000 schools, all right? I don't know how many thousands of water wells and whatnot. This is operators, or they're orchestrating this. You are the heroes. So in this fight, no one's really giving you the credit that you do. We're talking about, what we've done is taken a step to do a booklet, 2 operators, a sample of 2 operators in each Southern African country, and to demonstrate uncounted benefits from their operations. The anti-poaching, the community benefits, the water wells, the schools, and the medical dispensaries, the doctors' room, the school teachers' rooms, and so on. So we've now captured that in this 50-page booklet. There's 2 operators in Namibia, all right, 2 in South Africa, and so on and so forth. This is already being converted to German. All right, it's already being used in the UK very effectively. It's not a commercial document. This is a documentation of the benefits of honey operators. You're the unsung heroes. And this is, I want to do this for 20 years, we didn't have the capital to do it. But what you've got now is this is volume 1. We're going to be doing volume 2 as fast as we can, volume 3, column 4. We're going to have dozens of honey operators in every country glamorized for what they would do, and you won't believe what you do when it's added up. I see it because we handle permits. We have to do enhancement. All right? I see it day in and day out. So we've got this information available to us. It's proprietary information, privileged information, but with your permission, we can use some of it. All right? To show what the heroes you are. And thank you so much.
John, thank you very much. When we had our invitation sent out, you said, I will be here in Namibia. And you told me of our trip, that Namibia is your favorite country, that NAFA is your favorite association. I hope it. But yeah, no, John, we humbly want to thank you for your, not just this year, but for years of commitment and yes, what you do for us, for hunters, and for our conservation efforts. And from our heart, from Namibia and all the hunting fraternity, we want to thank you for Conservation Force commitment. Thank you very much.
I only have one favor to ask. Give something back to Conservation Force. For you, use the permitting service that we have. We've got 5 young people, biologists, law clerks, lawyers, that are the best in the field, and I'm grooming them for lifetime careers, and I'm going to double their number. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. John Jackson. Next up, we're going to call Jacques Strauss to give us a little bit of explanation about the fun shoot that's happening this afternoon.
Can I put it down a bit? Are you going to get me? Bring the chair. Morning, ladies and gentlemen, the ones that I haven't greeted yet. I'm going to try and fit in with Mr. John. The fun shoot this year is going to be one of the best fun shoots in Namibia, according to Mr. Donald Trump. So guys, yeah, we've got, this year with the fun shoot, we've got 3 stations. The first station is going to be a station that you're going to actually experience a full Olympic standard clay shooting range with 25 clays per person. So the whole team of 3 people will shoot, and then the other 2 stations will be an art system station that you will get to shoot 2:43, and then the third station is your typical classic big game situation. I really want to thank Krigoff and Rico from Tactical Sports for sponsoring it all. I honestly think this will be one massive fun shoot that we will really enjoy. There is still spots for 2 teams to write in. At the moment we're standing on 13 teams. The only thing is you have to be 3 people to write in per team. There has to be 1 lady in the team and 2 men, or 2 ladies and 1 man. So yeah, please, there's still 2 spots available that you can fill. And then the shooting range will be on the new artist and gun shooting range on the Kupferberg Pass. It's not the old shooting range that everybody knows. If you go on that Kupferberg Pass past the landfill, from that first turn off it's about 16.3 kilometers, then you will hit the gravel road. From there on it's about 2.5 kilometers on the left hand side. There will be a whole lot of flags up and there will be some signs there for fun shoot. You can just get in there and you will see there's marshals. Some of our young hunters and stuff are marshals with highlighter jackets. You can ask any one of us and we'll show you around. But yeah, we hope that you will enjoy, join us and have a lot of fun. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Jock. Yeah, that basically, Axel.
I think what we just, for the rest of today's proceedings, the official part has been closed. We're actually on time, and I want to thank everybody on that one. We have now the lunch. You all have your tickets. No? For the lunch has been served at for 1 o'clock now. It will be here at Drombos. And then the fun shoot, Jack, can you also come? So the venue is at the Liechtenstein shooting range. So when the fun shoot starts at when? 3 o'clock the fun. So the fun shoot starts at 1500 hours, so please be there on time. Alright. So then the official shooting takes place. Then this evening we will have our dinner and auction at Drombos, the barn. So the barn is across this venue here. It will be a very, it is a formal occasion where we have our gala evening, and then we will also, Jack, hello, Jack. We will then also announce the winners of the fun shoot tonight. All right. Say again. You must come forward. You can. Sorry, please. Just explain it once we are together again. There's a very nice fun shoot award. It's a plaque, ne? Ham? Eine Schützenscheibe, wie man in Deutsch sagt. A plaque, a Schützenscheibe, which was specially handcrafted by one of the hunters which were on Ham's farm, and an artist. This looks it's a very beautiful trophy, a Schützenscheibe. So this evening the arrangements will be there at 1830, 6:30, 18:30. The guests will arrive, and then we're going to start 1900 with our gala evening this evening. All right. So the fun shoot awards will be a floating trophy, and that will be for the first prize, and then we have for the second and third prize. There will be also prizes for that. Then also this evening, and thank you to all the professional hunters and members, we're going to have a art trophy of the year for 2024. It was decided by WhatsApp poll from your members, so there will be also a floating trophy on the art trophy of the year. Then we also have a further award of the most art top 10 entries of the year. So there will be also an honorary on that. And then the auction starts around just after 7 with Henno Badenhorst, who will commence auctioneering in the online auction. And if you haven't registered yet, please go to Martinique Scott, there from Swift Green at the back, to register yourself. We will have background music, actual sounds doing the music, and then, yeah, we can have a very nice party. So with all of that, I just want to adjourn the meeting and see you at the fun shoot and see you this evening. I'm looking forward for the beautiful ladies in their dresses. Thank you very much.